Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Naruto. Many children bring many blessings. Let's revive the Senju clan. Part 1. Year 60 of Konoha, Land of Fire. Senju Xiaoyang opened his eyes, looked at his bare-walled bedroom, and fell into deep philosophical thought. What do people live for, anyway? Is it just to be woken up by hunger every morning? Konoha Village. Ever since Senju Hashirama died, no one has treated us like human beings except Danzo and Orochimaru. Senju Xiaoyang looked at the sparsely furnished house and his tattered clothes, cursing up a storm in his heart. As for why it was only Danzo and Orochimaru. Well, naturally, it was because the Senju clan could better adapt to Hashirama's cells, so. Those who know, know. Although they treated the Senju clan like human beings, they certainly didn't treat them like normal people. People always talk about how the Uchiha clan was wiped out, but the Senju clan isn't much better off, right? After Senju Xiaoyang died in his past life, he didn't know if Mengpo's soup had been watered down or what, but anyway, he brought his memories from his past life with him after being reborn. 13 years ago, after being reborn, he discovered that his father belonged to the Senju clan and his mother belonged to the Inuzuka clan. But because his father was of the Senju clan, both he and his mother rushed to the very front lines during the Third World War. His mother had perished. After that, Xiaoyang was raised solely by his father. But the following year, when Senju Xiaoyang was 2 years old, because of the Nine-Tailed Rebellion, his father awakened a trace of wood attribute bloodline limit, so. Sai. Full Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Senju and Uchiha of Konoha village were practically both wiped out at your hands. After finishing his daily routine of cursing Hiruzen Sarutobi, Senju Xiaoyang sat up from bed. He casually picked up the nearby kunai pouch, washed his face by the faucet in the yard, put on his clothes, and headed toward the ninja academy. The drifting scents of ramen, dumplings, and grilled fish from the street took turns bombarding his empty stomach. Xiaoyang turned his head away expressionlessly, took a deep breath, and silently chanted 3 times, I am not hungry, I am not hungry, I am not hungry. Save money. This month's subsidy still has to last more than 20 days. Just as Xiaoyang was calculating which river would be most cost-effective to catch fish at noon, a soft arm suddenly wrapped around his, accompanied by a faint scent of jasmine. Mr. Xiaoyang tilde what a coincidence tilde we bumped into each other again tilde. That voice was so sweet it could spin threads. Xiaoyang didn't even lift his eyelids, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Ino, for 2 consecutive weeks, you've been blocking me here every day. How could we not bump into each other? I'm starting to wonder if you planted a tracking jutsu on me. Ino Yamanaka's face instantly flushed red, and she pounded her pink fist against Xiaoyang's shoulder. Hate you. It's just that I wanted to go to school with you. Xiaoyang lowered his head, his gaze landing right where Ino was holding his arm. 2 absurdly well-developed little mounds were pressing intimately against his arm, rubbing back and forth with her movements. Second madam. Xiaoyang silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What the hell? What do cute girls in the ninja world eat growing up? Can they not develop so absurdly well? How is he supposed to handle this? Just as his mind was wandering, a crisp, ding, sound suddenly rang out in his head. Happy birthday to the host. It has been detected that the host has reached the normal reproductive age in the ninja world. The multi-child, multi-blessing system is officially launching. Novice gift pack reward. Vigor, strength plus 100%, chakra plus 200%, length plus 30%. Xiaoyang's pupils suddenly constricted. The next second, a scorching hot current burst from his lower dantian, instantly surging through all his limbs and bones. His bones emitted crisp cracking sounds, his muscles bulged and tightened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his entire body felt as if it had been reforged. Holy shit. Xiaoyang couldn't help cursing in a low voice, but his body uncontrollably froze in place. Ino was happily linking arms with him and walking forward when she suddenly felt his arm tighten. Looking back, she saw Xiaoyang standing there like he'd been struck by lightning, his expression extremely colorful. Mr. Xiaoyang. Ino blinked her big eyes and looked along Xiaoyang's line of sight. Across the street, in the window of a couple's novelty store, sat a small box labeled for family planning and designated for couples. Ino's face burned bright red. She glanced at Xiaoyang, but unconsciously found herself drawn to Xiaoyang's little tent, instantly turning as red as Hinata. Mr. Xiaoyang. We haven't even graduated yet, we can't go by that. Xiaoyang looked down. Good grief, it was sticking out more prominently than the Hokage monument. His old face flushed red, and he hurriedly bent over to cover it up, giving 2 dry coughs. What are you randomly thinking about? I was pondering ninjutsu. What do you mean? I just suddenly thought of something else. Xiaoyang gave Ino Yamanaka an annoyed look, but upon looking, he froze. Information about Ino Yamanaka flashed across his mind again. Ino Yamanaka. Clan. Yamanaka Clan. Grade. Purple. Abilities. 1. Ninja Clan Daughter, Ninjutsu Learning Talent plus 20%. 2. Good Wife and Wise Mother, Special Effect 3. Healthy Physique, Offspring plus 2. Special Effect. Good Wife and Wise Mother, obtain 5 million yen per month. Xiaoyang's eyes widened like copper bells. 5 million yen. Every month. Good grief. You must know that the bounty for Asuma Sarutobi, the son of Hiruzen Sarutobi, was only 35 million yen. In 6 months he could earn 1 Asuma. According to the system prompt, as long as he married her as his wife, he could place her special effect into the family interface to receive monthly subsidies. However, how on earth could he marry her and bring her home? As a descendant of the Senju clan, he was naturally worthy of her, and going to propose probably wouldn't be a problem. But the issue lay entirely in their age. He and Ino hadn't even become ninjas yet. Going to propose right now. Could Xiaoyang come out alive, or if he did come out, would his mind still be normal? You have to know, Ino's father. The captain of the Konoha torture and interrogation force, Inoichi Yamanaka. Xiaoyang swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he looked at Ino in front of him. Being stared at like this by Xiaoyang, Ino's face flushed slightly. As a ninja, even though she hadn't officially become one yet, her sensory perception was still very high. When Xiaoyang looked at her, she could feel it. At first she was delighted, but being stared at by Xiaoyang like that continuously. To be honest, she was somewhat shy too. Mr. Xiaoyang, is there something on my face? Ino unnaturally smoothed the strands of hair on her cheeks, hugging Xiaoyang's arm as she lowered her head shyly and spoke. Hearing this, Xiaoyang gave a light cough. Since he had awakened the system and learned Ino's attribute tags, Xiaoyang couldn't be so perfunctory with Ino anymore. After all, marrying her earlier meant getting the system's rewards earlier, right? The ninja world respected strength above all, and as a member of the Senju clan, Xiaoyang had always been targeted by Orochimaru and the Pot Shadow. Thus, Xiaoyang directly activated his not-so-proficient flirting techniques. No, I just think you're a bit strange today. Ino's expression panicked, and she quickly pulled out a small mirror. How am I strange? Xiaoyang reached out, pinched her soft cheeks, and spoke in a tone as gentle as honey, strangely pretty. Ino froze for a full 3 seconds. Then, Mr. Xiaoyang, you're so bad. She yanked her arm away from Xiaoyang, covering her face as she shrieked and ran forward. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm not talking to you anymore. After running a dozen meters or so, she turned back to sneak a glance at him, the corners of her mouth curled up high enough to hang an oil jar on them. Xiaoyang stood in place, laughing with his hands on his hips, causing passing pedestrians to cast sideways glances at him. What are you looking at? Xiaoyang raised his chin. Never seen a handsome guy flirt with a girl before. An auntie passing by rolled her eyes and walked away with her dog. Xiaoyang didn't mind either, breaking into a jog to catch up. Don't run away, Ino. Wait for me. The two of them rushed side by side through the gates of the ninja academy. Just as they entered the classroom and before Xiaoyang even had time to sit down, a red figure zipped right in front of him with a whoosh, holding a box of quite exquisitely made sushi. Mr. Xiaoyang, I brought you a bento. I learned how to make it from my mom specially. Sakura Haruno tilted her head back, her green eyes flashing with expectant light. Hurry up and taste it to see if it's delicious. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. The system panel popped up right on cue. Sakura Haruno. Clan. Civilian Ninja. Grade. Golden. Abilities. 1. Civilian Genius Theoretical Knowledge Learning Ability plus 50%. 2. Medical Saint Medical Ninjutsu Talent plus 60%. 3. Like Father, Like Daughter Special Bonus. Special Bonus. Like father, like daughter, offspring will definitely inherit one of the father's abilities at random. Xiaoyang's pupils constricted slightly. Golden. No wonder she's the original heroine. This talent panel is simply outrageous. Just as he was about to reach out to take the sushi, a murderous voice exploded from beside them. Broad forehead. Ino put her hands on her hips, her willow eyebrows standing on end. Can you stop competing with me for everything? Don't you like Sasuke? Then give the bento to him. Upon hearing this, Sakura Haruno was so anxious she almost crushed the sushi box. Ino pig, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever like Sasuke? As she spoke, she frantically glanced at Xiaoyang's expression, her tone extremely panicked. The one I've always liked is Mr. Xiaoyang, okay. Aren't you saying this just to make Mr. Xiaoyang misunderstand me? While speaking, she completely failed to notice Uchiha Sasuke, who was sitting in the second row by the window, originally staring blankly out the window. Upon hearing these words, his expression grew even colder. Although he was deeply annoyed by these girls coming to bother him, annoyance was one thing. Hearing Sakura Haruno compare him with Senju Xiaoyang, he was still very displeased. After all, anyone who understands the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan gets it. Even though both clans were practically wiped out, the differences between them had never been officially resolved. Seeing that these two girls were about to put on a full-scale martial arts show in public again, where would he put his handsome face? So, moving quickly with sharp eyes and steady hands, he grabbed both of them by their little arms, one in each hand. Hey, alright, can the two of you stop acting like fighting cocks the moment you meet? Xiaoyang wore a helpless expression, pulling the two of them closer to his side. You're both good friends, what is there to argue about? Doesn't this damage our bond? Then he turned to look at Ino with a serious tone. Ino, this is a bento made by Sakura with her own hands. As a friend, shouldn't we first praise her for her hard work? After finishing, he turned his head back to look at Sakura Haruno, smiling gently yet in a punchable way. And Sakura, thank you for making this handmade bento of love for me personally. With such a precious gift, how boring would it be to eat it all by myself? How about, the three of us finish it off together? He deliberately enunciated the 4 words, bento of love, with crystal clear precision, as if afraid someone wouldn't hear clearly. Upon hearing this, the two girls simultaneously let out cold hums, turning their faces to opposite sides with perfect tacit understanding, yet neither of them was willing to let go of the arm holding Xiaoyang. Each holding one arm, they hugged Xiaoyang's arms for dear life. However, Ino felt immensely pleased inside. HMPH, Mr. Xiaoyang is still leaning toward me after all. What did he mean by, as a friend? That means Sakura is just a friend. But I'm a good friend. The levels are different. Sakura felt even more pleased inside. Bento of love. Mr. Xiaoyang said it with his own mouth. Rounding it up, this is a confession. He said he believes in me. He believes I don't like Sasuke. Ah, he believes me. The two girls had different thoughts, yet neither exposed the other, their gazes crackling and sparking in midair. Sandwiched between the two girls, soft on the left and warm on the right, Xiaoyang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alas, sometimes being too handsome is also a burden. To say something shameless about this face of his, even if Uchiha Sasuke came here, he'd have to lower himself by 3 points. That guy walks around with an iceberg face all day like someone owes him 5 million, how could he compare to his own sunny, gentle, and lovable self? Only the esteemed readers can compare with me. Therefore, for Sakura and Ino to vie for favor and fight over him, it was simply, only natural. Back in the day, Xiaoyang still knew his strength wasn't enough, so he tucked his tail between his legs and acted lukewarm toward the two girls. But now, with the system in hand, the world is mine. What emotions is there left to hide? Putting one arm around each girl, Xiaoyang swaggered all the way to the back row, looking for all the world like a mountain lord holding beauties on both sides. Sakura seized the high ground first. On the left, her entire arm pressed up against him, her soft body practically leaning onto Xiaoyang, her small face buried in his shoulder as she blinked and glanced upward with her green eyes. Ino refused to show weakness, pulling her stool flush against Xiaoyang so there wasn't even a seam between them. She practically hung onto his right arm, resting her chin on his shoulder while breathing hot air right against his ear. Xiaoyang. Honestly, ordinary people really couldn't handle this kind of blessing. He gave 2 dry coughs, trying hard to maintain composure. Ahem, Ino, let's taste Sakura's cooking first, alright. You waited for me for so long this morning, you must be hungry. As she spoke, he picked up a piece of sushi from the bento box and handed it to Ino. Ino's eyes lit up with a swoosh, and she cast a provocative glance at Sakura. That look clearly spelled out, see that? Mr. Xiaoyang gave it to me first, what are you supposed to be? Then she reached out to take it, biting down with an extremely exaggerated, "Awoo," and deliberately made an appreciative sound. Wah. Sakura-chan, what you made is really delicious. Thank you for making sushi for me and my Mr. Xiaoyang tilde. She put even more weight on the words, my family's, than Xiaoyang had on. Bento of love, just moments ago. Veins bulged on Sakura's forehead, and her back molars clicked as she ground them together. Ino pig. You. But the next second, her anger was extinguished with a snap. Come, Sakura, you eat too. Xiaoyang picked up another piece of sushi, his smile so gentle water could practically be wrung out of it, and held it up in front of her. Just as Sakura was about to happily reach out to take it, her eyeballs rolled, and she suddenly drew back her hand, blinking a pair of large, innocent eyes as her voice turned soft and sweet. But I helped you wipe the desk and clean your seat just now, and my hands got dirty. She even deliberately put her hands behind her back, turning slightly to the side with an expression that said, I'm so wronged, but I'm so sensible. Xiaoyang. Goodness, this little lass is quite high level. But she went through all the trouble of making a bento, feeding her a bite can count as paying her back. Reasonable. He smiled and brought the sushi to Sakura's lips. Alright, 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 I'll feed you, open up. Sakura instantly blossomed with joy, glancing at Ino defiantly while putting on an act with her mouth. Oh my, Mr. Xiaoyang, this isn't very good. How embarrassing to let someone feed me. Then with an awoo, she took a tiny, extremely shy bite, her cheeks puffed out, looking for all the world like a squirrel that had stolen a nut. Ino watched with blazing fury, panicking on the spot, and immediately picked up another piece of eel sushi, shoving it directly against Xiaoyang's lips. Mr. Xiaoyang. You eat too. This is your favorite eel sushi. Hurry up and open your mouth. That tone and posture were as if she were saying, if you don't eat it, you're not giving me face. Caught in a pincer attack between the two girls, with two small mouths simultaneously feeding things to his lips from left and right, Xiaoyang's inner feelings could only be described as secretly thrilled to the point of internal injury. Tisk tisk tisk. As expected, being handsome is a hard currency that crosses dimensions. Just as he was playing both sides, holding beauties in both arms, and having his mouth far too busy to keep up. Yo! Uzumaki Naruto reporting for duty. At the classroom door, with a loud crash of bang, a blonde brat kicked the door open, striking an extremely Chunabu pose with his hands on his hips and his chin pointed up at the sky. The whole classroom fell dead silent. 3 seconds later, everyone silently turned their heads back and continued doing their own things. They were used to it. Naruto didn't mind at all. He grinned, ran over carelessly, flopped down in the seat right in front of Xiaoyang, turned around to lean on his desk, and stared intently at the last few pieces of sushi in the bento box, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Mr. Xiaoyang. Today is the Genin exam, you know. How are you getting ready for it? Seeing that look in Naruto's eyes, how could Xiaoyang not understand? This kid was just like him, an orphan with no breakfast to speak of. He quickly gave Ino and Sakura a look, and the two girls reluctantly let go of his arms and sat up straight. Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief, gratefully patted Naruto's shoulder, and pushed the bento box forward. Haven't eaten yet. Come, Sakura made this, it tastes insanely good. Naruto's eyes lit up with a swish, really? Then I won't stand on ceremony. He grabbed a piece and shoved it straight into his mouth, his cheeks instantly puffing up like a pufferfish, and shouted vaguely, "Thank you, Mr. Xiaoyang. Thank you, Sakura-chan. Woo, delicious." Although Sakura felt bad that the bento she made for Xiaoyang was eaten by Naruto, she also knew that Naruto was Xiaoyang's best friend, so she forced that bit of displeasure back, keeping a smiling face on the outside without belittling or mocking Naruto like in the original work. Naruto had indeed had a bit of a crush on Sakura before, but after knowing that Sakura's eyes were full of only Xiaoyang, that little thought of his dissipated. You shouldn't bully a brother's wife, after all. He still had that much awareness. Of the box of sushi, Ino and Sakura each tasted one, and the rest were swept clean like a whirlwind by Xiaoyang and Naruto, leaving not even a single grain of rice at the bottom of the box. Seeing Senju Xiaoyang eating so happily, Sakura Haruno only felt extremely happy. Only Ino looked at Sakura Haruno with utter disdain, while her hand under the table was tightly holding Xiaoyang's hand all along. Their fingers were interlaced, not giving an inch at all. The four of them were chatting away enthusiastically when the doorway of the classroom suddenly darkened, and teacher Iruka walked in. The classroom instantly went quiet with a swish. Naruto's expression instantly collapsed. He turned around, sat up properly, pressed his hands together against his forehead, his lips moving frantically, muttering prayers even more devoutly than a temple monk. Xiaoyang, sitting right behind him, heard it crystal clear. Don't test the clone technique. Don't test the clone technique. Don't test the clone technique. God of Shinobi, please bless us, please don't test the clone technique. Xiaoyang almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Iruka glanced around and cleared his throat. For today's Genin exam, students whose names are called will go to the adjacent classroom for testing. The test content will be randomly selected from the clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique. Get ready. After speaking, he turned around and walked out. Naruto collapsed limply in his chair, his face scrunched up into a ball, and he turned back to wail. Mr. Xiaoyang, what should I do? My clone technique can still only conjure up some limp, saggy thing. It would be great if I had your talent. Xiaoyang smiled, reached out to pat Naruto's head, and used a rare serious tone. Don't panic, you'll definitely pass. After all. He paused, wearing a sly, mischievous smile. You're the man who is going to become the Hokage in the future, after all. If the Hokage can't even pass a Genin exam, wouldn't that be humiliating to say out loud? Upon hearing this, Naruto's Chunabu immediately flared up. He stood up with a swish, stepped one foot onto the stool, pointed a finger at the ceiling, and roared with boiling blood. That's right. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will definitely become the Hokage. I mean what I say. The class instantly erupted into successive bursts of laughter and jeers. Him. The Hokage. Ha ha ha, stop joking around. If a loser can become the Hokage, then I can too. Naruto, you'd better learn the clone technique first before talking. Yet Xiaoyang sat up straight and looked at Naruto seriously, word by word. I believe in you. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then scratched the back of his head and chuckled foolishly. Just at this moment, the shouting of a Chunin teacher came from the doorway. Senju Xiaoyang, Uchiha Sasuke, Inazuka Kiba, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji. Report to the adjacent testing room. Xiaoyang, Sasuke, and the others stood up at the same time. Mr. Xiaoyang, do your best. You can definitely do it. Sakura clenched her little fists, her little face flushed red with excitement. Mr. Xiaoyang, I'll wait for you to come out. Ino refused to be outdone, raising her voice by an octave. Xiaoyang turned back and grinned at the two girls, a smile so brilliant it could blind a dog's eyes, then gave a dashing wave and walked out following Sasuke. As soon as they left the classroom, the two girls immediately started bickering again. Did you see that? Mr. Xiaoyang just smiled at me. Bullshit. He clearly smiled at me. Did that wide forehead of yours block your vision? You're the one talking bullshit. Your whole family is talking bullshit. Ino pig. Say that again. In the adjacent testing room. Uruka stood in front of the podium with a drawing box placed in front of him, and teacher Mizuki sat beside him taking notes. Uchiha Sasuke. Uruka pulled out a slip of paper, clone technique. Sasuke walked expressionless to the center of the area. Ram Snake Tiger. His fingers flew, and his hand-sealing speed was both fast and steady. With two bangs, two clones appeared on the left and right sides of Sasuke, with clear faces, solid figures, and even the wrinkles in their clothes completely identical. Mizuki nodded approvingly. Not bad. As expected of a genius of the Uchiha clan. At such a young age, you've already mastered the clone technique to this extent. Pass. He handed over a ninja forehead protector. Sasuke took it, raised his chin slightly, a hint of subtle arrogance playing at the corners of his lips, and casually glanced at Xiaoyang. That look clearly spelled out 4 words. Did you see that? Xiaoyang was inwardly amused. Oh ho, does Urzuzi feel like he's got it going on again? The weather cleared and the rain stopped, so you, Sasuke, feel like you're awesome again, huh? Before the system awakened, Xiaoyang and Sasuke were truly evenly matched, with not much difference in talent. Sasuke just had one more pair of Sharingan exchanged through the sacrifice of his entire clan than Xiaoyang. But now, his chakra had increased by 200%. Note, it was an increase. Not a total amount. The Senju clan already had plenty of chakra to begin with, unmatched by anyone except the Uzumaki clan. Now that it had doubled, 3 Sasukes piled together wouldn't be enough for him to beat up. Converted, it was roughly equivalent to the amount of chakra of a Kakashi Hatake. Next, Senju Xiaoyang. Uruka fished out a slip of paper from the box, transformation technique. Xiaoyang walked to the front of the stage and let out a regretful sigh inwardly. Tisk, how great would the clone technique be? He also wanted to transform 7 or 8 of himself on the spot, make a direct comparison with Sasuke, and enjoy the gaze of everyone whose jaws dropped in shock. Transformation technique, then he could only flex a bit. He casually brought his hands together and formed 2 seals, transformation technique. Bang! White smoke burst open. As the smoke dissipated, standing in front of the podium was none other than Senju Hashirama. The first Hokage. That breathtakingly majestic face, thick black hair, a build as broad and steadfast as a mountain, and especially those eyes, as if looking down upon the entire ninja world, aloof and murderous. Uruka and Mizuki stood up with a whoosh, cold sweat instantly soaking through their clothes, their throats tightening as they instinctively swallowed. Even though they clearly knew this was the transformation technique, that aura. It was way too similar. Whether in form or spirit, it had almost reached the Jonin level. It was simply like having the living Senju Hashirama standing right in front of them. The entire examination room was dead silent, and even Inuzuka Kiba's Akamaru tucked its tail and didn't dare to bark. Sasuke's fingers gripping the forehead protector suddenly tightened, his pupils slightly contracting. Xiaoyang maintained Senju Hashirama's posture, standing with his arms crossed and an expressionless face, but inside he was already rolling with laughter. Awesome. This show-off was totally worth it. A few seconds later, Uruka wiped away some sweat, his voice still trembling slightly. Ow. Alright, change back, you passed. With a bang, the smoke dispersed, and Xiaoyang returned to his original state, looking grinningly at the proctor, much like an impish kid whose prank had succeeded. Uruka calmed his breathing and handed over the forehead protector with a complex expression. Not bad. As expected of a descendant of the Senju clan. That transformation technique just now, both in aura and appearance, was completely flawless. It truly has the air of your ancestor. Without a sensory-type ninja, judging solely by the naked eye and temperament, it's completely impossible to tell it's a disguise. Xiaoyang took the forehead protector with both hands and lowered his head with a modest expression. Thank you for the praise, Teacher Uruka. I will definitely continue to work hard and contribute to Konoha village. That expression was as sincere as it could be, and as well behaved as it could be. Sasuke stood to the side, his fingers clenched until they turned white. He knew clearly that although his own transformation technique was also proficient, compared to the one Xiaoyang just used. Hand sign speed, chakra maintenance, aura control, he was completely crushed in every aspect. How could the Uchiha clan lose to the Senju clan? His face sank, and without a word, he turned around and left. Sasuke. Remember to come to the classroom tomorrow morning for team assignment. Shouted Uruka hurriedly. Sasuke's footsteps paused, he let out a cold snort, and pushed the door open to leave without even looking back. Uruka sighed, shook his head, and didn't say anything more. After all, the Uchiha, sigh. Xiaoyang watched Sasuke's stiff back, grinning happily. This guy's defense breaks way too easily, right? I clearly didn't do anything, I just transformed, right? Outside the ninja academy, Xiaoyang casually squeezed his ninja forehead protector onto his arm, swinging on a swing, looking just like a loitering little punk waiting to ambush someone. The school gate was crowded with parents picking up their children, among whom were the mothers of Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka, who were hugging their respective daughters and showering them with concern. Therefore, Ino and Sakura unusually didn't come clinging over. Xiaoyang was happy to be idle, squinting his eyes to sunbathe, plotting in his heart to take Naruto to eat a bowl of Ichiraku ramen once he came out, and incidentally comfort this tail-end student destined to fail. According to the plot, this guy was definitely going to trip up on the clone technique. However, the subsequent ceiling scroll was somewhat intriguing. Just as Xiaoyang was pondering, his vision suddenly blurred. An Anbu ninja wearing an animal mask popped out of thin air just like that, standing right in front of him like a ghost. Senju Xiaoyang, Hokage-sama summons you. Xiaoyang blinked. Well, it seemed the old fox was starting to make his moves. Let's go, go, go. Xiaoyang jumped down from the swing, patted the dust off his butt, and sauntered off with the Anbu toward the Hokage building. Along the way, his mind was spinning rapidly. Mizuki's affair was most likely also in Hiruzen Sarutobi's script, using this opportunity to bond Naruto and Iruka emotionally, while conveniently giving Naruto a cheat. That's why he sent him away. Tisk! The old fox's abacus beads were practically flying right into his face. Thump, thump, thump. Hokage-sama, Senju Xiaoyang has been brought. Xiaoyang stood at the doorway and sniffed. A strong smell of tobacco drifted out from the crack of the door, choking him and making him frown directly. This old man, with one foot already in the grave, was still puffing on a pipe every day. Who knew if his lungs could still take it? Come in. Xiaoyang pushed the door open and went in. When he turned his head, that Anbu buddy was already gone. Fine, closing the door himself. Grandpa Hokage, you wanted to see me. Xiaoyang put on an obedient and innocent face, his smile as pure and good-natured as possible, looking just like an exemplary student. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up from his chair, knocked his pipe against the table, walked over to the window to push it open and air out the smoke. He turned back and looked at Xiaoyang with a smile, his face full of kindness like a real grandfather. I heard you successfully promoted to genin. Congratulations, Senju Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes wildly in his heart, but his mouth was sickeningly sweet. Oh my, I didn't expect Grandpa Hokage to still remember me even while being so busy. That's right, I passed. He deliberately flashed the forehead protector on his arm, making the metal piece gleam and reflect light. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, smiling like a Maitreya Buddha. Since you've become a genin, Grandpa can't not show some token of appreciation. He groped out 3 scrolls from the desk and pushed them in front of Xiaoyang. 3 ninjutsu scrolls, 1 A rank, 1 B rank, and 1 C rank ninjutsu. I'm giving them to you as your graduation gift. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up with a whoosh. Your chakra attributes are water, wind, and earth. Back then, your father successfully awakened the wood release bloodline limit. Although far from having the power of the first Hokage, it's enough to prove that the Senju bloodline of your lineage also has the potential to awaken wood release. Take them and practice, and see if you have talent in this aspect. Looking at those 3 scrolls, Xiaoyang felt a mixture of complex emotions in his heart. To be honest, although he was a seedling of the Senju clan, his parents passed away early and his family was dirt poor. The only ninjutsu he could learn were the 3 body techniques plus a Rasengan he secretly researched on his own. Now Hiruzen Sarutobi directly tossed over 3 scrolls, and one of them was even an A- rank wood release. But he was also crystal clear about this. This old man harbored no good intentions. Giving him wood release scrolls was nothing more than wanting him to practice a half-baked wood release, and then acting as a qualified Nine-Tails Jinchuriki suppressor just like Yamato. As expected of the old fox, he never did a losing business. But well, Xiaoyang grinned and decided to tuck the scrolls into his bosom first. Only an idiot wouldn't take free handouts. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. I definitely won't let you down. He was as excited as if he had won the lottery, immediately unfolding the scrolls on the spot to take a couple of glances, looking as worldly wise and compliant as could be. Seeing him like this, Hiruzen Sarutobi stroked his beard with satisfaction, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepening by a few fractions. If this kid could really practice wood release, even if it was only half of Yamato's level, it would still count as an extra layer of insurance regarding Naruto's side. Holding the scrolls, Xiaoyang came out of the Hokage building and jogged all the way back to the school gate, only to find that the entrance was already empty. The students had all left, the parents had all dispersed, and only 2 crows were cawing on the utility pole. That kid Naruto had been gone for a long time. Xiaoyang slapped his forehead. Well, the old fox sent me away right on schedule. He sighed, didn't dwell on it, and sprinted towards his rundown courtyard with the precious scrolls tucked away. Returning home, Xiaoyang closed the door, kicked off his shoes, sat cross-legged on the floor, and impatiently spread out all 3 scrolls on the table to read them. Water release. Water prison technique. Earth flow wall. Cutting technique. The more he read, the happier he became. Hey, water release and earth release are both defense and control types, but only wood release is of the offensive type. Is Hiruzen Sarutobi that old man determined to force me to awaken wood release? As a ninjutsu developed by Senju Hashirama, there are only 2 ways to learn wood release. First, through the bloodline limit of wood release inherited by blood. Second, just like his own father. Although his father was not a descendant of the Senju Hashirama lineage, he was proficient in water release and earth release, and learned wood release according to the wood release scroll of the Senju clan. Although it is not as powerful as Senju Hashirama's, it still possesses a certain degree of damage, roughly equivalent to 1.5 Yamato. The old man Sarutobi has paved both paths for me. Xiaoyang shook his head and smiled. He had to admire the old man's deep calculations. Just as he was pondering, a crisp voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard gate. Mr. Xiaoyang, are you back? Xiaoyang was stunned. Why did this girl run over now? He got up, walked to the courtyard gate, and pulled the latch. Sakura Haruno stood at the door, holding a large bouquet of flowers. They were colorful, setting off her small face, making it look exceptionally vibrant. She tilted her head, her green eyes shining brightly like two little stars. Mr. Xiaoyang, congratulations on becoming a genin. She held the flowers up to Xiaoyang, her small face slightly flushed, and a smile she couldn't suppress at the corners of her mouth. Knowing that Xiaoyang had no parents to celebrate with him, Sakura had hurriedly picked some flowers she had carefully cultivated as soon as she got home and came to Xiaoyang's house. Xiaoyang took the flowers, lowered his head to smell them, and smiled mischievously. Oh my, this is the first time I've received flowers from a girl since I grew up, and they are such beautiful flowers. Thank you, Sakura. Come on in and sit. He stepped aside to make way. Sakura Haruno nodded obediently, walked into the courtyard with small steps, and then she turned around and closed the courtyard gate, even making sure to latch it. Xiaoyang glanced at her, his eyelids twitched, but he didn't point it out. He pretended not to see it and took off his shoes to enter the house. Sakura also skillfully kicked off her boots, revealing a pair of pink, tender little feet. She stepped onto the tatami with a tap 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 sound. Seeing the scroll spread out on the table, she exclaimed, "Wow, Mr. Xiaoyang is so hardworking even though he is a genius." Still studying after the exam, Xiaoyang found a vase, filled it with water, and arranged the flowers. He replied casually, "As the saying goes, a gentleman strives for self-improvement. It's just a genin, the path of a ninja has only just taken its first step." Sakura stared at Xiaoyang's profile, her eyes full of little stars. Mr. Xiaoyang always speaks with such depth. Xiaoyang smiled and didn't respond, pointing to the cushion. "Sit down." Sakura didn't sit. She stood there, twisting the corner of her clothes, drawing circles on the floor with her toes, her face as red as a boiled shrimp. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Something up?" Sakura took a deep breath, as if she had made a major decision, and looked up abruptly. "Mr. Xiaoyang, we are already ninjas, we are no longer children. So I want to tell you. I like you." Her voice became quieter as she spoke, and the last few words were almost swallowed in her mouth. Are you willing to go out with me?" After speaking, she buried her head in her chest, her ears even turning bright red, looking just like a child caught doing something wrong. Xiaoyang was stunned for a second. The next second, he was overjoyed. Good guy. He hadn't even figured out how to woo Sakura yet, and this girl had delivered herself to his door. What is this called? This is called delivering a head from 1,000 miles away. The gift is light but the affection is heavy. No, this gift is not light at all. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar voice exploded outside the courtyard gate. Mr. Xiaoyang, are you back? Hearing Ino's voice, Sakura's face turned pale. Ino is here. She must be here to confess to Mr. Xiaoyang just like her. She felt she absolutely couldn't let her in. Seeing Sakura's panicked expression, Xiaoyang's eyes rolled, and a plan came to his mind. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but made no sound. Seeing Xiaoyang's movement, Sakura's brain went buzz, and she decided that she absolutely could not let Ino in. She absolutely could not let her interrupt her confession. In her anxiety, she lunged, directly pinning Xiaoyang to the tatami, and reached out to cover his mouth. Xiaoyang was pinned underneath, cursing, "Holy crap," in his heart, but he struggled on purpose, pulled Sakura's left hand away, and pretended to speak again. Sakura was so anxious that tears were about to fall, and she reached out with her right hand to cover it. Xiaoyang pulled it away again. Sakura's face was already pressed against Xiaoyang's face. Seeing both hands pulled away, Xiaoyang opened his mouth to say something, his mouth already open. Seeing that the word, yes, was about to slip out. Sakura's head heated up, and she didn't care about anything else. She lowered her head and blocked it directly with her own mouth. The moment their lips touched, both of them froze for a second. Xiaoyang only felt two incredibly soft things pressed against his lips, still trembling slightly, clumsy and stiff, clearly her first time doing this. He narrowed his eyes and laughed to himself, sure enough, only tricks can win hearts. Since it's already delivered to his mouth, why be polite? He stuck out the tip of his tongue and pried gently. Sakura stiffened with a boom, her mind went blank, her green eyes wide open, and she even forgot to breathe. Xiaoyang didn't know when he had released her wrists. One hand wrapped around her waist, and the other gently held the back of her neck, using a little force to deepen the kiss. A soft and light moan escaped from Sakura's throat, and her whole body went limp in his arms. Outside the courtyard gate, Ino held a bouquet of lilies, tilted her head and waited for a long time, but there was no movement in the room. Could it be that he hasn't returned yet? Strange. She stood on tiptoe to peek inside, but saw nothing, and curled her lips. Forget it, I'll look for him in the afternoon. By then, hee. She hugged the flowers, hummed a little tune, and skipped away, still happily calculating in her mind how to confess to Xiaoyang later. In the room. For a long time after Ino left, the two did not separate. Instead, it intensified. I don't know when, but Xiaoyang had already pinned Sakura under him. The young girl's eyes were blurred, her cheeks flushed, her little hands clutching his collar, and her whole body seemed to have melted, soft as a ball of cotton, clumsily but enthusiastically responding. Until her chest suddenly felt cold. Sakura suddenly came to her senses, looked down, and saw that her top had been lifted halfway at some point. Mr. Xiaoyang. She screamed, her hands frantically covering her chest. No. Xiaoyang paused, looking down at Sakura beneath him. Those green eyes were full of shame and panic, with a hint of moisture. But he didn't stop. He leaned down, his lips against her earlobe, his voice low and hoarse, but with undeniable seriousness. Sakura, are you willing to marry me? Sakura Haruno heard that Xiaoyang was not confessing to her, but was directly proposing to her. She was stunned. Those hands that were originally blocking were frozen in midair, her whole body seemed to have been cast with an immobilization spell, and even her breathing stopped. Mr. Xiaoyang, what did you say? Her voice was trembling uncontrollably. Xiaoyang raised his head, looking at her wet green eyes, word by word, clearly and unambiguously. Ms. Sakura Haruno, would you be willing to marry me? Sakura's tears gushed out. I do. She hugged Xiaoyang's neck tightly, buried her face in his neck, her voice muffled, hurried, and excited, I do. Mr. Xiaoyang. I am willing to be your wife. Xiaoyang grinned, lowered his head to kiss her lips again, and his other hand continued the unfinished business without hesitation. Sakura let out an, instinctively wanting to stop him, but Xiaoyang's kiss was so dense and urgent that her brain turned into paste again in a few seconds. Her skin was as white as porcelain, and when illuminated by the sunset outside the window, it glowed with a faint pink. Although born to a commoner family, the Haruno couple raised her extremely well. Her figure was already taking shape, curvy and graceful. Sakura's heart was beating wildly. It wasn't that she hadn't fantasized about being with Xiaoyang, getting married, having children, building a family. But when the moment actually arrived, she was so nervous that even her fingertips were trembling. After all, the two of them had just become ninjas. But thinking of Xiaoyang, he had given her a feeling that other boys didn't have since she was a child. That confidence, that calmness, and that face that was much better looking than Sasuke's. The most important thing is, he doesn't put on a cold face and pretend to be cool every day. Sasuke compared to Xiaoyang. Tisk. Just a brat. Thinking of this, Sakura looked at Xiaoyang. Mr. Xiaoyang. Sakura's voice was as thin as a mosquito's. Are you really Really willing to marry me? Xiaoyang lowered his head, his gaze as firm as a vow carved in stone. I will definitely marry you. Sakura pursed her lips and let go of the hand clutching his sleeve. Xiaoyang took the opportunity to pick her up horizontally, his voice so gentle it could squeeze out water. Then, Sakura, are you willing to have children for me? Sakura turned red from head to toe with a boom, curled into his arms, and hummed muffledly, her voice so small it was almost inaudible. Willing. Xiaoyang didn't say another word, carried her and strode towards the bedroom. Hey, Mr. Xiaoyang. I meant in the future. Not now. Before she finished speaking, the sliding door closed with a clatter, and the rest of her words were all blocked back in her mouth. Outside the window, magpies were chirping, and the sunset dyed the whole room a warm red. Cherry blossoms bloom, red Maru falls. Sakura Haruno changed from a girl to a woman. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a major life event. Sakura Haruno's status has changed. Sakura Haruno. Status. First wife. Special buff like father, like son has been added to the family sequence. From this day forth, all of the host's offspring are guaranteed to randomly inherit one of the host's talents. Copyable talents detected. Commoner Genius Theory plus 50%, Medical Master Medical plus 60%. Copy successful. Loaded onto the host's panel. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiaoyang was stunned, while Sakura Haruno also hurriedly took a few deep breaths. Wait, what? What on earth? He stared wide-eyed at the system panel, a grin slowly spreading from ear to ear. Copying his wife's talent. He had originally thought he would only get rewards once Sakura got pregnant or gave birth, but he got to copy it directly right after finishing the deed. Commoner Genius. Theoretical Knowledge Learning Speed plus 50%. Medical Master. Medical Ninjutsu Talent plus 60%. Xiaoyang looked down at the little girl in his arms, who was still panting with flushed cheeks, and his gaze instantly changed. How is this a wide-foreheaded, green tea Sakura? This is clearly a walking talent amplifier. A super cheat that activates upon binding. A precious treasure more valuable than any ninjutsu scroll. He reached out to brush away Sakura's sweat-dampened bangs, feeling absolutely ecstatic inside. Urzuzi, oh Urzuzi. Xiaoyang rested his chin on top of Sakura's head, grinning like a weasel that had just stolen all the chickens in the village. You didn't want such a great girl, pulling a sour face and acting like a cool guy all day. Well, this buddy of yours will gladly accept her on your behalf. What could be more satisfying than stealing Uchiha Sasuke's potential official match? This is 100 times more satisfying than mastering wood release, okay. Xiaoyang leaned down to kiss Sakura on her forehead, his mind already calculating his next stop. He was also highly coveting Ino's 5 million yen passive skill. The commotion in Xiaoyang's bedroom lasted for an entire morning. To be precise, from mid-morning onward, that wooden sliding door had never stopped rattling. The alive and kicking buff given by the system was no joke. Doubled strength, increased chakra, plus that 30% special amplification. Xiaoyang had to admit himself that this wave of buffs was truly a bit too unsportsmanlike. Sakura Haruno also felt an extraordinary sense of happiness. Note, this wasn't measured by frequency, but by duration. From initial shyness and nervousness, to subsequent blissful intoxication, and then fear. True fear. Her voice had gone hoarse, and she had lost count of how many times she surrendered, yet Xiaoyang's ninjutsu attacks remained continuous. If he hadn't given her a brief breathing room in the middle to use the restroom, Sakura felt she might have actually perished right there on the tatami. Unfortunately, she had barely stood up on trembling legs, before she could even steady herself, when Xiaoyang scooped her right into the bathtub, instantly restarting the chaotic water release battle mode. Later, having finally made it to noon, Sakura thought she could finally rest and make a meal to replenish her energy. But Xiaoyang followed her again. While chopping vegetables, he interfered with ninjutsu from behind, chanting the names of his moves. Taijutsu. Leaf hurricane. Leg technique. Sunflower acupoint press. Palm technique. 9-yin white bone claw. Self-created ninjutsu. Rasengan. The entire kitchen was in utter chaos, with pots and pans clattering, and in the end, the pot of rice burned right at the bottom. Actually, it wasn't that Xiaoyang was naturally a romance-crazed fiend. Well, he admitted he was indeed lustful, but the main reason was to let Sakura know the gap in their strength. And that system prompt was firmly hooking his soul. As long as Sakura Haruno got pregnant, the advanced rewards would be credited immediately. Who would turn down rewards? Having lived a grueling life for over 20 years in his previous life, and finally reincarnating into the ninja world with a system cheat, if he didn't hurry up and grind for rewards, he'd have to be out of his mind. Besides, Sakura was a proper ninja after all. Although she leaned toward medical and genjutsu, her constitution was far better than normal girls, making her highly resilient. By afternoon, Sakura lay slumped on the tatami, her damp hair clinging to her forehead. She felt as if all her chakra and physical strength had been completely drained, without even the energy to lift a finger. Mr. Xiaoyang. Seeing Xiaoyang's movements, Sakura used the very last of her strength to suddenly push against his chest, her voice carrying a sob, "No more. I really can't anymore. I really don't have a single bit of strength left." Her green eyes were watery, filled with both grievance and fear, like a little rabbit pinned under the paw of a big bad wolf. Looking at her state, Xiaoyang finally suppressed the wildfire in his heart. After all, if he kept tossing her around like this, let alone getting pregnant, she might actually end up dead. He let out a long breath, rolled over to lie beside her, and pulled Sakura into his arms, resting his chin on her head. His tone was incredibly gentle. All right, I won't trouble you anymore. I'm sorry, Sakura. I just like you too much, so I couldn't hold back. Sakura snuggled in his arms, her cheeks still flushed and dripping with sweat. Hearing his words, her heart felt both sweet and fearful. I'm very happy too, but Mr. Xiaoyang. I really have no strength left. I know. Xiaoyang leaned down and gave her a soft peck on the lips. I'll take you to take a bath, and you can have a good sleep afterward. I promise I won't bother you anymore. Sakura gave an soft as a puddle of mud, as Xiaoyang carried her into the bathroom. Then, during the bath, Xiaoyang couldn't resist and tried once more. Still didn't take. Furious, Sakura threw a wet towel at him. You promised you wouldn't bother me anymore. Xiaoyang quickly offered an apologetic smile. The last time. This is truly the last time. As for whether it was truly the last time, only he knew. After the bath, he wrapped Sakura in a bathrobe, carried her back to the bedroom, and laid her on the tatami. The little girl fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, without even changing her posture, her breathing quickly becoming even and deep. Sitting by the bedside, Xiaoyang looked at Sakura's peaceful and harmless sleeping face, unable to resist kissing her forehead once more. Although I didn't get the advanced rewards, being able to copy her talent is not bad either. He stepped quietly out of the bedroom, sat back down at the table in the outer room, and unrolled the 3 scrolls, his gaze falling upon the densely packed formula characters. At this look, he was stunned. Those obscure and difficult professional terms from before now appeared as plain and clear as vernacular writing. The commoner genius, talent, theoretical knowledge learning speed plus 50%. Combined with his already decent learning ability, C-rank ninjutsu basically belonged to the level of learning it after seeing it once. Water release. Water prison technique. Xiaoyang rolled up the scroll, walked into the yard, and casually picked the wooden training dummy used for shuriken practice as his target. He formed hand signs with both hands. Tiger, ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar. The speed wasn't fast, but every sign was steady, and his chakra flowed smoothly and naturally. Water release. Water prison technique. 3 pillars of water shot up from beneath the wooden dummy, instantly enveloping it. The water screen surged, forming a semi-transparent water prison. However, it only lasted for 3 seconds. Bang! The water prison exploded. Water splashed everywhere, soaking Xiaoyang's trouser legs. He looked down at his wet pants, not annoyed at all, but rather nodded thoughtfully. The chakra output is uneven. The water prison structure is somewhat stable, but the outer chakra membrane is too thin. Let's try again. He practiced a few more times, and just as his chakra was about to run out, the water prison could finally be maintained stably without exploding. One down. Xiaoyang clapped his hands, turned around, and picked up the scroll for Earth Release, Mud Wall. B-rank ninjutsu was much harder than C-rank. Many techniques required repeated contemplation, and sometimes he even had to make physical gestures to get the hang of it. However, his patience was good, and with the talent buff, after over 2 hours, he could basically perform Mud Wall normally. All that's left is proficiency. He put away the Earth Release scroll, took a deep breath, and set his eyes on the final scroll. Wood Release. Cutting Technique. A- rank. If Water Release and Earth Release were normal difficulty, then Wood Release was Hell mode. Wanting to learn Wood Release in itself was an S-rank difficulty task. As for the cutting technique being rated as A rank, that was under the premise that you had already mastered Wood Release. Xiaoyang was in no hurry to open the scroll. Instead, he fished out a yellowed old booklet from the bottom of the cabinet. It was a relic of his father. Written on the cover in neat handwriting was Wood Release Training Notes. Xiaoyang flipped to the first page, his nose seemingly still able to catch the scent of old paper and a faint smell of smoke. The essence of Wood Release is to perfectly fuse water-natured chakra and earth-natured chakra at the cellular level, converting chakra into the source of life to instantly grow and manipulate plants. Xiaoyang read through word by word, his brows furrowing and relaxing from time to time, his fingers unconsciously gesturing along with the hand sign diagrams in the booklet. The yard was completely quiet, with only the rustling of the wind through the treetops. In the bedroom, Sakura rolled over. The soreness from between her legs made her frown subconsciously. She muttered, "Mr. Xiaoyang, I really can't anymore," and fell back into a deep sleep. Xiaoyang glanced back toward the bedroom, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The quiet Xiaoyang household in the afternoon formed a stark contrast with the battlefield-like Xiaoyang household of the morning. Having rested all afternoon, Sakura endured the discomfort in her legs and sat up, looking at Xiaoyang outside through the window. In the courtyard, Xiaoyang sat cross-legged on the ground like a possessed old monk, forming hand seals back and forth with both hands. Wood Release. Cutting Technique. Water Release Chakra and Earth Release Chakra violently collided in his palms, crackling away, and the result. A water spike and an earth spike emerged from his left hand, separated by a finger-width gap in the middle, distinct and completely ignoring each other. Xiaoyang lowered his head to look at the water spike, then at the earth spike, his mouth twitching. Are you two trying to cause a split right here? Water Release and Earth Release come from the same root, why be so eager to fry each other? Merge. Do you understand merge? He gritted his teeth as he pushed the two streams of chakra together, and then, with a puff, the two streams of chakra exploded right in the palm of his hand, spraying mud all over his face. Behind the bedroom window, Sakura rested her head on one hand, looking through the half-closed window at the silly sight of that man clumsily messing around with chakra in the courtyard, unable to suppress the corners of her mouth from turning up. Clearly failing several times and muttering curses, yet refusing to give in, he tried over and over again. As expected, her own man, looking so hard-working and serious, was just so handsome. But seeing Xiaoyang working so hard, Sakura's face instantly broke into a happy smile. Mr. Xiaoyang is working so hard, so I can't hold him back either. Saying this, she endured her discomfort, sat cross-legged on Xiaoyang's bed, and began to recover and practice chakra. Until the sun went down, Xiaoyang walked into the house covered in sweat. After washing up, looking at the still tightly closed bedroom, Xiaoyang was full of suspicion. It's been so long, hasn't Sakura woken up yet? Xiaoyang picked up a towel to wipe the water stains off his face, walked on tiptoe to the bedroom door, and pushed it open. As soon as the door was pushed open, Sakura, hearing the commotion, immediately stopped practicing. Brother Yang, are you done cultivating? Sakura's voice was soft and sweet as she blinked at him. Xiaoyang shook his wet hair, with the towel draped over his neck, and glanced at her sideways. When did you wake up? And you didn't even tell your husband me. He emphasized the word, husband, heavily and deliberately puffed out his chest, looking as smug as a weasel that had stolen a chicken. Sakura's ear tips turned red from being scorched by his title, and she lowered her head, twisting the corner of her clothes. I woke up a while ago. Seeing that you were practicing seriously, I didn't want to disturb you. Xiaoyang walked over, bent down, and reached out to pull her up. His movements were quite gentle, but his mouth wouldn't let up. Yo, learned how to peek at your hubby. Do you think your man looks super cool when practicing ninjutsu? Sakura let out a puff of laughter and reached out to pound his chest. Shameless. Hee hee, if I wanted face, could I marry such a pretty wife like you? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping downwards. How are your legs? Does it still hurt? Sakura's face burned up instantly, her mind filled with various scenes from earlier in the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. Her voice was like a mosquito. Much, much better. I used chakra to recover from the chafing. She paused, then suddenly lowered her voice. Mr. Xiaoyang, the things between us. The moment Xiaoyang saw her expression, he knew the young girl's heart was drumming. Afraid he wouldn't want to take responsibility. Afraid he treated her as a toy. Afraid he would turn around and flirt with Ino again. He knew it inside out, reached out with an arm to pull Sakura into his arms, pressed his chin against her forehead, and spoke in a rare serious tone. As for our matter, you can tell your parents whenever you want. Just give a heads up first. I said I'll marry you, and I definitely will. You can't run away. Sakura's nose felt sore, and she raised her head to block his mouth. This kiss was deep and long, and they didn't separate until both of them were almost out of breath. Xiaoyang wiped the corner of his mouth, chuckling happily inside. When this girl gets her love brain activated, she really ignores everything and is so easy to coax. But the next second, Sakura gave him a surprise. Mr. Xiaoyang, about us. I want to not tell my parents for now. Xiaoyang's heart skipped a beat. Not tell. Not telling is great. He didn't want to get married so early either. They just passed the Genin exam. Although the system said he reached the normal childbearing age in the ninja world, if he were really to go to her house to propose marriage, her parents would report him to the authorities and curse him into a sieve. But he couldn't show it on the surface, he had to fake some loss and confusion, otherwise he'd seem too heartless. So Xiaoyang frowned, his tone carrying 3 parts confusion and 7 parts consideration. Why? Are you still worried about something? Sakura quickly waved her hand to explain. No, no. Of course I want to marry you. It's just, we are really still young right now, and the Genin exam just passed. Her voice became softer and softer, and her finger drew circles on his chest. How about, when we both are promoted to Chunin and have the ability to make money independently, I'll tell my parents then. Xiaoyang blossomed with joy inside, wishing he could do a backflip on the spot. On the surface, he wore a thoughtful expression and slowly nodded. Sakura, you still think things through thoroughly. Chunin is indeed a good milestone. By then, I'll have the ability to support a family, and it will be easier to talk to your parents. He cupped Sakura's face and affectionately added, then I'll listen to you. When both of us become Chunin, I'll grandly marry you into my home. Sakura was so touched that her eyes turned red, having no idea what Xiaoyang was really thinking inside. She looked up outside the window, the setting sun was about to go down, and suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no. I haven't been home all day, my parents must be worried. Xiaoyang immediately put his arm around her shoulder. Let's go, hubby will send you back. Sakura's face turned red, and her heart was as sweet as having drunk honey. As a top-tier love brain, nothing could be more heart-throbbing than her own man taking the initiative to walk her home. The two tidied up a bit and went out hand in hand. The road from Xiaoyang's house to the Haruno family's house wasn't long, but Xiaoyang walked as if he were strolling through an amusement park, pointing at a roadside stall from time to time and saying, "You'll make this dumpling for me next time," then pulling Sakura to look at a crow squatting in a tree and saying, "This bird looks like Sasuke." Sakura was amused by him and laughed so hard she swayed back and forth. "Stop it. How does a crow look like Sasuke? Why doesn't it? Both are pitch black, both keep straight faces and ignore people, and both like to stand high up and pretend to be profound. Ha ha ha, Mr. Xiaoyang, you are so mean." The two chatted and laughed, with Sakura hanging entirely on Xiaoyang's arm. Seen from afar, they looked sickeningly sweet. Meanwhile, in a window-side private room on the second floor of the Konoha Yakiniku house, the Ino Shikacho families were gathering lively. Inoichi Yamanaka, Nara Shikaku, and Akamichi Choza sat around the table, and sitting opposite them were their juniors. Ino, Shikamaru, Choji. Choji was struggling with a plate of grilled meat, his cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. Shikamaru rested his chin on his hand, looking up at the ceiling while muttering, "How troublesome, I really want to go home and sleep." Ino held her juice and absent-mindedly took small sips, her chopsticks poking at the slices of meat on her plate as her gaze drifted toward the window every now and then, pulling back to sigh. "Ino, why aren't you eating?" Inoichi Yamanaka frowned and glanced at his daughter. "Aren't you usually the one who loves grilled meat the most?" "Huh. Oh. I'm eating." Ino perfunctorily picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing twice before zoning out again. Right at that moment, her gaze unconsciously glanced out the window. Across the street, in the afterglow of the setting sun, Xiaoyang was lowering his head and talking to Sakura, a familiar gentle smile hanging on the corners of his mouth. Sakura's entire face was smiling like a flower, almost pressing her entire body against him, her two arms wrapped tightly around him. The chopsticks in Ino's hand dropped onto the table with a snap. "What's wrong?" Shikamaru tilted his head, glanced out the window along her line of sight, and upon seeing Senju Xiaoyang and Sakura Haruno, wisely shut his mouth immediately. Choji was still buried in his food, completely oblivious. Ino stood up abruptly, the legs of her chair scraping against the floor with a harsh sound that startled the nearby tables into looking over. Inoichi Yamanaka's brows furrowed even tighter. "Ino. I'm going to the restroom." Ino clenched her fists so tightly her nails were almost digging into her palms, her cheeks puffed up with anger as she wanted to rush out and tear that wide forehead off of Xiaoyang. But the next second, she met her father's all-seeing eyes as the captain of the interrogation unit. Inoichi Yamanaka narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting from outside the window to his daughter's face before slowly pulling it back. Saying nothing, he simply tapped the table gently. "Sit down." Two light words, yet they pressed down on Ino's head like a mountain. She gritted her teeth, forced herself to suppress that burst of anger, and sat back down, her gaze glued tightly to the two figures outside the window. Xiaoyang and Sakura's figures walked further and further away, finally turning into an alley and completely disappearing from her field of view. Ino looked down at the plate of grilled meat on the table that had been poked into pieces, recalling how this morning she had been hugging Xiaoyang's arm and thinking about how to confess to him later. And yet, wide forehead. Just you wait. She downed the juice in her cup in one gulp, her face puffing up even rounder. Shikamaru glanced at her, then looked at the empty street outside the window and sighed. Tisk. Matters of the heart are truly a pain. At the end of the alley near Sakura Haruno's home, the last rays of the setting sun stretched their shadows out long. Sakura Haruno let go of Xiaoyang's arm, stepped back 2 paces, raised her little face, and her green eyes were filled with reluctance. Then, "Mr. Xiaoyang, you can drop me off here. See you at school tomorrow." Xiaoyang put his hands in his pockets and nodded with a smile. Alright, get some rest early, good night. Sakura nodded, quickly glanced around to the left and right, and confirming there was no one at either end of the alley, she stood on tiptoe and planted a smack on Xiaoyang's lips. After the kiss, she turned around and ran, turning back to wave as she ran, her voice crisp and clear, Mr. Xiaoyang. See you tomorrow. Those short little legs moved at lightning speed, as if equipped with springs, looking completely unlike someone who had been tossed around so much in the morning that she couldn't even walk. Xiaoyang stood in place, wiped his lips, and squinted as he watched her run out of sight, silently evaluating in his heart. Tisk. It seems I still didn't push her hard enough, this girl recovers way too fast. Next time I'll have to up the intensity so she knows what it means when even chakra can't save her. He chuckled with a smirk and turned to stroll back towards his home. Having not walked very far, Xiaoyang paused his steps. Extremely faint footsteps came from above, and 5 or 6 chakras swept across the eaves above his head, heading straight for the forest of death at a speed as if they were rushing to be reincarnated. Xiaoyang looked up and raised an eyebrow. Yo, that kid Naruto is starting to make a move. Stealing the scroll of seals, huh? He curled his lips and shook his head. The destiny exclusive to the protagonist, being envious is useless. Forget it, they are the protagonist and he's a cheater, so everyone walks their own path. Passing by Ichiraku Ramen, Xiaoyang rubbed his belly and felt that he was indeed a bit hungry. Boss, give me a bowl of miso ramen. 200 yen was spent, and a steaming bowl of noodles was served up. Xiaoyang picked up a chopstick full of noodles and stuffed them into his mouth, chewed twice, and his expression gradually grew complicated. He looked down at the few slices of chashu in the bowl that were thin enough to let light through, and recalled the knife-cut noodles of Shaanxi, the oil-splashed noodles of Shaanxi, and the authentic Anhui banmian of Hebei from his past life. Xiaoyang silently put down his chopsticks and sighed. Don't come near this. 4 words, that was his entire evaluation of Ichiraku Ramen. But there was no help for it, he was poor. He only had these few coins left in his pocket. Being able to eat a hot bowl of ramen was already good enough, why be picky? Xiaoyang wolfed down the noodles in a few bites, chugged the soup clean, and walked out of the ramen shop burping. On the way home, his mind wasn't idle either. Sigh, who knows who I'll be teamed up with tomorrow. As a potential would-release ninja, the most likely scenario is joining a sealing squad or being put directly in the same team as Naruto. But thinking about how special Naruto is, to prevent the nine-tailed inside him from going berserk, he can only be assigned to Kakashi, who possesses relatively strong mental power and a certain suppression over the nine-tailed via his Sharingan. Because of this, Uchiha Sasuke, the sole remaining member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village, will naturally also be led by Kakashi who possesses the Sharingan. It would be very difficult for him to join Team 7. Just as he was pondering, he had already turned into the entrance of his own alley. Then he saw the lump of shadow crouching beneath the streetlight. A small, slender figure was crouching on the ground hugging her knees, with a bouquet of slightly withered fresh flowers placed in front of her, her head buried in the crook of her arms, and her shoulders twitching. Xiaoyang was stunned, and tentatively walked 2 steps closer. Ino. That lump of shadow suddenly raised its head. The dim yellow light of the streetlight shone on her face, her eye sockets were red, teardrops still hung on her eyelashes, and the tip of her nose was also flushed. The moment she saw Xiaoyang, she hurriedly raised her hand to wipe her face, only to smudge it even more. Xiaoyang's heart gave a jolt, and the playful smile on his face faded somewhat. Why are you crying? Who bullied you? That shouldn't be. You're the young lady of the Yamanaka clan, who in Konoha village would dare mess with you. It would have been better if he hadn't spoken. The moment he said that, Ino's tears almost burst out again. She took a deep breath, forcibly holding back her tears, and then with trembling hands picked up the bouquet of flowers from the ground and held it up in front of Xiaoyang. Her voice was hoarse and stubborn. Mr. Xiaoyang. Congratulations on passing the genin exam. That was a carefully arranged bouquet of flowers, lilies, bellflowers, daisies. Although the edges of the petals were a bit withered, it was clear she had been clutching it tightly in her hands for a long time. Xiaoyang took it, looked down at the flowers, then at Ino's tear-stained face, feeling a slight twinge of guilt in his heart. Thank you, Ino, and congratulations on passing the exam. Would you like to come in and sit for a bit? Ino shook her head, bit her lip, and was silent for a few seconds before finally gathering the courage to look up directly at him. No. I just want to ask you one question. Can you answer me honestly? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. Go ahead and ask. We're close, aren't we? Ino took a deep breath, her knuckles turning white from clenching. Today, did Sakura come to confess her feelings to you? Xiaoyang didn't hesitate and nodded decisively. Yes. The light in Ino's eyes went dark in an instant, like a lamp directly unplugged from the wall. So, did you accept? Xiaoyang shook his head. No. The moment those three words landed, Ino's darkened eyes suddenly lit up, as if someone had lit a candle inside them. She opened her mouth, visibly coming back to life, her posture straightening up significantly. Looking at her expression, Xiaoyang's mind spun rapidly with scheme. He wasn't lying. He indeed didn't accept Sakura's confession. He really hadn't accepted Sakura's confession. After all, just as he was about to accept, he was interrupted by her at the door. It was just that Sakura had accepted his marriage proposal. This didn't count as lying, right? Could this be considered lying? Of course not. Then why did I see you too? Ino's voice grew soft again, her fingers anxiously twisting the corner of her shirt. I saw you walking arm in arm, taking her home, and being so intimate. Seeing her aggrieved and unwilling little expression, Xiaoyang sighed, reached out, gently wiped away the tear in the corner of her eye with his thumb, and then cradled her cheeks with his hand. What are you thinking? We were training together this afternoon and lost track of time. It was getting dark, and she's a girl. Shouldn't I walk her home? Ino blinked, her emotions calming down slightly. As for arm in arm, Xiaoyang intentionally dragged out his voice, looking down at her. Ino actually wanted to say that he didn't need to explain, because didn't she usually cling to Xiaoyang's arm as well? But before she could speak, Xiaoyang's hand on her cheek slid down to the back of her neck, and with a gentle pull, he brought her closer to him. Before Ino could react, a soft warmth pressed against her lips. She froze on the spot as if struck by lightning, her brain instantly shutting down, her pupils quaking in shock. In the next second, Xiaoyang skillfully pried open her teeth, plundering her lips and mouth. Fireworks exploded in Ino's brain with a bang. Everything, Sakura, the confession, walking arm in arm, vanished completely, leaving only the sensation on her lips and the sound of her pounding heart drumming in her ears. She was stunned for 3 seconds, then closed her eyes, responding clumsily yet passionately. After a long time, their lips parted. Ino's whole face was so red it could boil an egg. Resting her forehead against Xiaoyang's chest, her fingers gripped his collar, not daring to look up at him at all. Xiaoyang looked down at Ino, who was curled up like a quail in his arms. Smiling like a cat that got the canary, his voice was deathly gentle. Do I still need to explain anything? How could Ino still need him to explain? Right now, only a single scene played on an infinite loop in her mind. The moment Xiaoyang leaned down to kiss her, the strength of his hand gripping the back of her neck, the warmth of his tongue. And no need. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Hearing this, a slight smile touched the corner of Xiaoyang's lips, and he leaned down again, intending to deepen the kiss. Just as their lips touched and Ino was about to try and respond, a figure suddenly flickered into existence next to the streetlight with a swish. A middle-aged ninja dressed in Yamanaka clan attire stood there expressionlessly, his hands still holding the seal for the body flicker technique. Young lady, it's getting late. We should head back. Ino bounced right out of Xiaoyang's arms with a swoosh, standing straight as a board. Red all the way to the base of her neck, she flusteredly tidied her hair. Ahem. Mr. Xiaoyang, then I'll head back first. See you tomorrow. With that, she ran off without looking back, running even faster than Sakura, nearly losing a shoe in the process. The Yamanaka clan Chunin politely nodded to Xiaoyang, giving a professional smile that said, I saw everything clearly but I won't say a word, before turning to follow Ino. He was no fool, he could see the feelings between Ino and Xiaoyang. This guy might very well be the future son-in-law of the Yamanaka clan. Coupled with the fact that Xiaoyang was a member of the Senju clan, adding all three factors together, he certainly wasn't going to get on his bad side. Xiaoyang stood in place, watching the two disappear around the corner, before finally letting out a long breath. Man, taking down Ino is quite tricky. Escorts following her around all the time. How am I supposed to have deep interactions in the future? He scratched his head with a troubled look on his face. However, what he didn't know was that the Yamanaka clan sending an escort tonight was purely a special circumstance. Tonight's operation was clearly known to the Ino-Shika-Cho clans, who were supporters of Hiruzen Sarutobi's faction. Plus, Ino had suddenly run out right after dinner, so her father had someone follow her out of concern for her safety. To prevent any accidents before she fully matured and grew stronger. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to have someone follow her all the time. After all, as a ninja clan, they wouldn't keep their children living in a greenhouse forever. On the contrary, they would even find ways to throw troubles at their children to temper them. If Xiaoyang knew the truth, he would probably laugh out loud on the spot. Whistling, he walked home carrying the bouquet Ino had given him, smelling the fragrance as he walked. Tisk tisk tisk, winning over 2 girls in a single day. With this efficiency, I even admire myself. He placed the flowers beside the bouquet Sakura had given him this morning. The 2 vases stood side by side, left and right, like a principal wife and a concubine. Xiaoyang looked at them for a moment and nodded with satisfaction. Right after that, he returned to the courtyard again, picked up his weighted sandbags, and began training his taijutsu. This was a habit he had built since childhood. After all, strength was paramount in the ninja world. With broken abilities everywhere in the late game, Xiaoyang was afraid he wasn't cut out for learning ninjutsu, so he formed the habit of training taijutsu from a young age. Just in case. Squats, push-ups, high knees, burpees. After completing a series of taijutsu exercises, Xiaoyang was completely exhausted to the point of collapse. Yet, a smile remained on his face. Haha, after the system enhanced my body, my original training routine had to be doubled before I even felt tired. Sure enough, to become strong, one still has to rely on the system. Thinking this, Xiaoyang dragged his tired body into the bathroom, took a shower, and returned to his bedroom once more. Lying in the place where he had once battled with Sakura, his imagination ran wild, but soon fatigue took over, and he fell fast asleep. Sakura, however, couldn't sleep. Looking back at the day's events, Sakura felt as if she were in a dream. Haha, what should we name our child in the future? If it's a boy, Senju Yanjian. If it's a girl, Senju Liangya. Thinking of this, Sakura Haruno shyly pulled the blanket over her head and curled up completely under the covers. Early the next morning, Xiaoyang was kicked awake by his biological clock. He got dressed, yawned, pushed open the door, and walked towards the school. As soon as he reached the vicinity of the school, he saw Ino already waiting there, holding a small pink package in her arms. Her eyes lit up when she saw him. Mr. Xiaoyang. What a coincidence. Ino skipped over, taking 2 steps at a time, and skillfully hooked onto Xiaoyang's right arm. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him, her earlobes red as if dyed. Xiaoyang felt incredibly pleased, but he still pretended, "Why are you waiting for me again today?" He shoved his right hand into his pocket, and it happened to hit the bento box Ino was holding out. Here. I know you wake up late in the morning, so you definitely don't have time to cook. Ino looked up and blinked at him, a hint of pride in her tone. It's a special love bento I made for you. Xiaoyang was about to reach out to take it, but before he could say anything, a shout exploded from the alley. Eno pig. The voice was so sharp it could shake the crows off a telephone pole. Let go of our Mr. Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang turned his head and saw Sakura Haruno rushing over like a cannonball, grabbing his left arm and pulling him towards herself, two small flames burning in her green eyes. How could Ino let go? Her two arms were tightly clamped around Xiaoyang's right arm, as if welded on. She glared, not showing any weakness. Whose are you talking about? Mr. Xiaoyang clearly likes me. Sakura sneered, lifting her chin. HMPH. Your one-sided infatuation is truly ugly. Mr. Xiaoyang would have to be blind to like an Eno pig like you. He clearly likes me. Billboard brow, don't go too far. Eno pig, let go first. The two girls each pulled one of Xiaoyang's arms, tugging him in opposite directions like a tug of war. Xiaoyang was pulled so hard he almost did the splits. He was caught in the middle, soft warmth on his left, and soft warmth on his right, but cold sweat was already trickling down the back of his neck. A Shira field. A true Shira field. Xiaoyang watched the two girls glare at each other, neither willing to back down, and cursed wildly in his heart. Think. You idiot, think. What should he do? What to do? Admit Sakura. Then Ino would burst into tears right there. Admit Ino. Sakura would tear down his house and yard by the afternoon. He was sweating profusely when the two girls simultaneously turned their heads, one on his left, one on his right, all four eyes staring at him. Mr. Xiaoyang, tell her. Mr. Xiaoyang, make it clear to her. The two sentences landed almost simultaneously, both tones utterly certain. What Sakura thought. We're already like that. Mr. Xiaoyang will definitely tell Ino to stop bothering him. What Ino thought. We kissed last night. Mr. Xiaoyang will definitely tell Sakura to go cool off somewhere else. Question. How to resolve a Shira field where two girlfriends meet at the same time and ask you to acknowledge one of them as your regular partner. Waiting online, it's urgent. Xiaoyang was caught in the middle, his back almost soaked through. Yet, he had to force a gentle and calm expression, his lips curving slightly upwards, feigning a composed look as if to say, brother already has it all figured out. Well, this. He had just opened his lips, and the fourth word hadn't even come out yet. Swish. A flash of white light appeared before him, and two large, formidable objects tightly encased in black mesh innerwear were thrust directly in front of the three of them, so close they almost flattened Xiaoyang's nose. Xiaoyang sharply looked up. Standing before him was a female ninja with short, spiky black hair, her forehead protector worn askew, dressed in her characteristic khaki-colored long trench coat, arms crossed, observing him with great interest. Enko after settling down. You are Senju Xiaoyang. Enko Mitarashi. Xiaoyang's system panel automatically popped up before his eyes. Enko Mitarashi. Level. Purple. Abilities. Heavenly Curse Mark, Low Grade Sage Mode. Sage Mode Talent plus 20%, Indomitable Spirit, Genjutsu Immunity plus 40%, Sweet Tooth, Weight Gain Speed from Sweets doubled. Xiaoyang's mouth twitched. Good heavens, the first two entries are quite powerful, but the last one. No wonder Enko became rounder and rounder in the original story. So she was cursed by the system. But now was not the time to complain. Enko was his lifesaver. Xiaoyang quickly pulled his arms out of the girl's embrace, straightened his back, and tried his best to look like a serious person. I am Senju Xiaoyang. Is there something you need from me, my lady? Enko scrutinized him from head to toe, her gaze lingering on his face for 2 seconds, a slight curve forming on her lips. Not bad, you do look good. No wonder two young girls are fighting over you so early in the morning. As soon as these words left her mouth, Ino and Sakura both instantly flushed red. They tacitly released Xiaoyang's arms, both lowering their heads, pretending to count ants on the ground. Xiaoyang chanted, Amitabha, 800 times in his heart. Enko didn't waste any more words. With a single hand, she swept up the hem of her trench coat, speaking decisively. Hokage-sama has ordered that starting today, you are my disciple. Come on, I'll take you to the training ground first, so I can gauge your abilities. With that, she turned and left, her action swift and resolute. Xiaoyang felt as if he had been granted a great pardon. He wished he could kowtow to Anko 3 times on the spot. He quickly followed her to escape this Shura field, planning to use his silver tongue to win over Sakura and Ino separately once they were apart. Let's go, let's go. Lead the way, my lady. He lifted his leg to follow, his speed like greased lightning, as if fleeing for his life. But before he could even take a second step, Sakura Haruno had already urgently chased after them. My lady. Which class am I assigned to? Can I also study with you? Sakura looked at Anko with anticipation, thinking clearly. Following Xiaoyang's Jonin instructor would mean being in the same class as Xiaoyang, wouldn't it? Moreover, as Xiaoyang's woman, Sakura Haruno naturally wanted to be in the same class as Xiaoyang to continue cultivating their relationship. Ino stood behind, her face instantly turning pale. She knew better than anyone that the Ino Shika Cho trio was a fixed team, and there was no way she could break out of that combination to be in the same class as Xiaoyang. If Sakura really was in the same class as Xiaoyang, spending every day together, going on missions together. Ino bit her lip, clenching her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms. She looked at Xiaoyang's retreating figure, then at Sakura's eager little face, and a level 10 alarm blared in her heart. Anko saw Ino's nervous little face and understood completely. She crossed her arms, a playful smile on her lips, and slowly began, I don't just take on any student. Senju Xiaoyang is a special case, specially approved, so I can only tutor him one-on-one. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Ino's and Sakura's faces, and added, as for you, you want to be my student with him. Fine, go discuss it with Hokage-sama then. As soon as she finished speaking, Anko didn't give anyone time to react. She reached out and grabbed Xiaoyang by the back of his collar. Let's go. Huh. Wait. Before Xiaoyang could finish his sentence, he vanished from the spot with a whoosh, not even a scrap of his clothes remaining. Only a swirl of fallen leaves, stirred up by the body flicker technique, remained circling. Sakura Haruno stared blankly at the spot where they had disappeared, her little face slowly falling, her lips pressed white. Meanwhile, Ino stood nearby, her lips uncontrollably curling upwards, her voice filled with unconcealed triumph. HMPH_U, billboard brow, still want to train with Mr. Xiaoyang. Dream on. Sakura snapped her head around, veins throbbing on her forehead, and shouted with clenched fists, so what? Even if I can't be in the same class as him, so what? She took a step forward, her aura fiercer than a furious cat. I'm telling you, Ino pig. Mr. Xiaoyang is mine. We'll even get married someday. Just give up now. Ino let out a scoff, crossing her arms and looking Sakura up and down, her tone full of mockery. Married. You must have dreamt that last night, didn't you? If Mr. Xiaoyang is going to get married, it'll be to me. You. Stand aside. Sakura was so angered by these words that her hair almost stood on end. She reached out to pinch Ino. You're the one dreaming. Mr. Xiaoyang personally promised me. It's just that I don't want to get married so early. He said it himself. Himself. She bit down hard on each word, afraid Ino wouldn't hear clearly. When Ino heard the words, himself, the anger in her chest flared up instantly. She immediately grabbed Sakura's hair. HMPH. Do you even believe what you're saying? Mr. Xiaoyang just kissed me last night. He likes me. Sakura struggled and shouted. You named your dog Xiaoyang, didn't you? I'm definitely going to tell him. You actually kissed a dog. Ino. Billboard brow, you're full of crap. Sakura. Ino pig, you're the one full of crap. The two tangled into a ball, starting a new round of hand-to-hand combat on the morning street. Just then, a blonde kid turned the corner of the street, his forehead protector gleaming brightly, tied crookedly, showing off with a smug look. Yo! Sakura! Ino! What are you two doing here? If you don't hurry to school, you'll be late. Shut up! The two girls simultaneously turned their heads and roared in unison. Naruto was shaken back half a step by the commotion. He swallowed, silently raised his hands. Alright, I'll shut up, I'll shut up. He hunched his shoulders, walked around the two murderous girls, muttered quietly, "Women are so scary," and scurried off to school with his tail between his legs. Training Ground 3. Thud. Xiaoyang was dropped from midair, landing squarely on his buttocks and sprawling out in an ungraceful heap. Ouch! What the heck? He rubbed his tailbone and climbed up from the ground, looking up straight into Anko's utterly disgusted face. As a ninja, you can't even land properly. What kind of look is that? Anko put her hands on her hips, looking down at him from above. You are simply the worst student I have ever taught. Xiaoyang patted the dirt off his buttocks, tilted his head, and retorted, Teacher, how many students have you ever taught in total? Anko. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. Anko gave a dry cough and changed the subject very awkwardly, that's not important. Now, I will introduce myself. She brushed the stray hairs from her forehead, puffed out her chest, and spoke with a hint of pride. My name is Anko Midarashi, an elite jonin of Konoha, and a student of Orochimaru. My hobbies are sweet rice dumplings and red bean soup, and I hate spicy flavors and disobedient students. Finished speaking, she suddenly leaned down, brought her face close to Xiaoyang, narrowed her eyes, and revealed a dangerous smile. Did you hear that clearly, brat? Xiaoyang's gaze involuntarily drifted downward for a fraction of a second. Mainly because when Anko leaned over, those two massive weapons, wrapped tightly in a black mesh inner garment, were shoved directly in front of his eyes, completely exposed. Xiaoyang's Adam's apple bobbed as he reflexively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Following his gaze, Anko looked down, her expression instantly darkened, and she raised her hand to flick him on the head. Thump. Ouch. Xiaoyang clutched his head and squatted down, baring his teeth in pain, but his mouth didn't back down at all. Teacher Anko. You can't blame me for this. I'm a normal man, and your assets are so abundant. He covered his head, looked up at her with a sincere expression. If I didn't look at all, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? Anko was stunned. She blinked, looked at Xiaoyang, then lowered her head to look at her own chest. Far from being angry, she instead crossed her arms, lifted her chin, and spoke with a hint of complacency. HMPH, although you brat are quite perverted, your taste isn't half bad. Xiaoyang's mouth twitched. Good grief, this teacher, her methods are really wild. Anko didn't dwell on this topic any longer and flicked her chin at him. Alright, I'm done introducing myself, your turn. Xiaoyang immediately put away his cheeky smile, stood up straight, cleared his throat, and spoke solemnly. My name is Senju Xiaoyang, the last man of the Senju clan. He put his hands on his hips, looked up at the sky, and spoke in a resounding voice. My dream is to expand the Senju clan once more. Anko nodded with satisfaction, her eyes filled with approval. Not bad. That's a good aspiration. In her view, expanding the Senju clan simply meant becoming a great ninja like the Sandaime, right? Full of ambition. Seeing her approving expression, Xiaoyang couldn't control the corners of his mouth from curving upward, and he delivered another remark. Thank you for the praise, teacher. I will definitely keep working hard. Striving to marry a dozen wives as soon as possible and spread branches and leaves for our Senju clan. Anko nodded subconsciously. Not bad, not bad. To expand the Senju clan, your Straya. Halfway through her sentence, her brain finally caught up. Her smile froze on her face. Anko slowly lowered her head, bent down, and brought her face close to Xiaoyang's once again, her eyes filled with murderous intent that screamed. Try saying that again. Wait, what did you say? Xiaoyang tilted his head, blinked those large, innocent eyes of his, with an expression as pure and good-natured as could be. What's wrong, teacher? Is there any problem? The veins on Enko's temples throbbed twice. She took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and narrowed her eyes at Xiaoyang. To expand the Senju clan, shouldn't you first become a powerful ninja? In existence as respected as Lord Third Hokage. When she said this, she crossed her arms, slightly raised her chin, and put on an attitude of, now that's a proper aspiration. Yet Xiaoyang tilted his head, looking at her with an expression as if looking at a fool, his gaze so sincere it could infuriate anyone to death. Teacher Anko, whether the clan is strong or not, what direct relation does it have with my personal strength? Anko opened her mouth. You. Look here, Xiaoyang didn't give her a chance to interrupt at all, bending his fingers as he began to calculate. What is the foundation of a clan's strength? Its population. He stepped forward, his eyes extremely earnest. Even if I become the #1 expert in the world and marry you, you'd give birth to at most 2 children for me, right? A family of 4, even if every single person is a Jonin or even Cage level, that's still only 4 people. What kind of expansion is 4 people? Enko was stunned. Did she mishear who Xiaoyang said he was going to marry just now? But just as she wanted to ask, she heard Xiaoyang's subsequent words. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her mind unconsciously followed his logic for a few steps. Seeing that she hadn't reacted in time, Xiaoyang was overjoyed inside. Just now, he had deliberately accelerated his speech and vaguely said the 3 words, marry you. Seeing that Anko didn't react, Xiaoyang continued talking endlessly, but what if I marry 10 wives? Anko raised an eyebrow, just about to open her mouth to interrupt. Hear me out. Xiaoyang directly waved his hand to cut off her words. Even if one wife only gives birth to 1 child for me, my family will already have 20 people. Sons and daughters grow up, get married, and have kids, then the kids get married and have kids, passing it down generation after generation. 50 years later, the Senju clan will have at least 80 people. He spread his hands, wearing a look that said, I calculated this very clearly. When I close my eyes 100 years later, won't the Senju clan rise up once again? Therefore, Xiaoyang let out a long sigh, looked up at the sky, his expression so painfully patriotic and distressed for the nation that it was appalling. 10 is just the baseline. For the great rejuvenation of the clan, I can only wrong myself. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? After speaking, he took the opportunity to grab Anko's hand, shook it affectionately, and added, Teacher Anko, tell me, am I right or not? Pulled by him like this, Anko snapped out of that previous stream of fallacies. Just as she wanted to shake off his hand and curse a couple of times, that population theory in her brain was still spinning, and she nodded under a spell. What you said actually makes a bit of sense. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. Does that mean, teacher, you agree? Anko looked bewildered. What did I agree to? Xiaoyang put on a heartbroken expression, let his hand go, supported his forehead with one hand, and shook his head repeatedly. Teacher Anko, your memory is simply too terrible. You forgot right after I finished saying it. How are you going to get married in the future like this? Let alone marrying me, being a teacher is already a stretch. The more he talked, the more energetic he got, pointing his finger at the empty air as if lecturing a student. Your brain has to be good. You have to remember what other people say. How many times do I have to tell you about something like this? You zone out every time I talk about something. Can you remember it if you don't look at me? You are simply the worst batch I have ever taught. Anko subconsciously shrank her neck and forced a smile. Sorry, this is also my first time. Halfway through her sentence, she froze abruptly. That's not right. Who is the teacher? She looked down at her held hand, then raised her head to look at the brat in front of her with his hands on his hips in a look that said, Teacher, you need to reflect deeply, and her mind went, buzz. Everything she had previously ignored came rushing back. She was a dignified elite Jonin, a disciple of Konoha's Sanin Orochimaru, Anko Mitarashi. And she was actually lectured by a newly graduated genin. Besides, who said she was going to marry him? Marry me, and still think about marrying 10 wives. Keep dreaming. Enko's gaze turned cold bit by bit, and a dangerous smile hung on the corners of her mouth. Classmate Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was pointing fingers and giving grand directions there. Hearing the shout, he smoothly replied, "What's wrong, wife Enko?" "That's right, from now on as a wife, when your husband speaks, you have to." Secret art. Hidden shadow snake hands. Enko's cuffs burst open with a whoosh, and several pitch-black long snakes darted out like lightning, tightly binding Xiaoyang from head to toe with a swish, swish, swish. One of the black snakes, as thick as an arm, directly choked his neck, and its snake tongue flicked, hiss, hiss, against the side of his face. Xiaoyang's face instantly turned flushed, his toes almost off the ground, and he managed to speak with the last bit of air left. Wife. Air, give me some. The veins on Enko's temples finally burst. Bang. A punch went straight into his face. Xiaoyang didn't even have time to scream before he and the snakes were beaten flying, rolling 3 times on the training ground before stopping. Just as he propped up half his body from the ground, the words in his mouth hadn't even come out. Enko's foot had already arrived. Bang! A kick landed on his ribs, sending Xiaoyang spinning 3 meters away. Marry me, right? Enko stood with her hands on her hips, looking down at him condescendingly. Xiaoyang lay on the ground, baring his teeth and raising his hand. Why yes? You still dare to say yes? Another kick. Bang! Xiaoyang rolled twice like a ball, clutching his stomach and wailing, that wasn't. Enko narrowed her eyes, grinding her back molars, and added another kick. You want to marry 10 more after marrying me, right? Xiaoyang was kicked to flip over on the ground, lying flat on his back, his expression distorted like a Picasso painting. Then in the end, is it or is it not? Enko hooked the corner of her mouth and flicked her cuff. Hidden shadow snake hands. Several black snakes darted out again, this time directly wrapping around Xiaoyang's feet and hanging him upside down onto a tree branch. Xiaoyang hung upside down in midair, his face flushed, looking just like a salted fish hanging on a clothesline. Xiaoyang said with tearful eyes, "Teacher, where did I go wrong? Can't I change it?" Hearing this, Enko still didn't let Xiaoyang off in the slightest. As a student, he actually dared to flirt with his teacher. He didn't respect his teacher at all, how could she not teach him a lesson? Saying this, she reached out and grabbed Xiaoyang's ear directly. Didn't you say, if you don't go to hell, who goes to hell? Very well, then I'll send you to hell right now. She reached out and grabbed Xiaoyang's upside-down ear, twisting it hard. Ah! Xiaoyang screamed like a slaughtered pig, his heart-wrenching wails echoing across the entire training ground. Teacher. I was wrong. I was really wrong. You can make me change anything. Enko exerted force with her hand, directly twisting it 180 degrees. Didn't you say you want to marry me? Then I want to see if you still dare to say you want to marry me. Blood dripped down his earlobe. Enko looked down and was stunned for a moment. It's bleeding. She hurriedly let her hand go, leaned in to take a look, and her tone carried a hint of guilt. Oh, it's not quite right for it to bleed. Xiaoyang's eyes filled with tears. Then can you put me down? Enko ignored him, raised her hand to press on his ear, and covered it with pale green medical chakra. The wound healed in the blink of an eye, leaving not even a scar. Just as Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief, Enko's hand grabbed him again, this time changing the angle, with precision as sharp as a scalpel. Don't worry, this time I'll be lighter, I promise no one will be able to tell. Ah! Xiaoyang's pupils dilated, and he kicked wildly while hanging upside down from the tree. Demon. You are simply a demon. The birds in the woods were so frightened that they fluttered away. Enko looked up to admire his distorted face, smiling like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Xiaoyang hung in midair, gritting his teeth in his heart as he swore 108 venomous oaths. Enko Mitarashi, you wait. One day when the emancipated serfs sing their songs, I'll have you hung upside down tenfold. Make you beg for mercy. Make you know what husbandly authority means. Oh. Half an hour later, Konoha Yakiniku restaurant. In the private room, the charcoal fire was burning vigorously, and the meat slices on the iron grill sizzled with oil. Enko sat across the table, gracefully sipping her tea, in a good enough mood to hum a song. And Xiaoyang opposite her, sporting a pig's head. His left cheek was swollen, his right eye socket bruised, the corner of his mouth was split, and there were uncleaned blood scabs under his nose. His entire head was 2 sizes rounder than usual, looking just like an unlucky bear whose face had been stung by bees. The waiters in the store couldn't help taking a couple of extra looks when passing by the private room, then walked away quickly while holding back their laughter. Xiaoyang stared fiercely at Enko with his only open eye, his fists clenched so tightly they crackled. Boss! He slammed the table fiercely, startling the guests at the next table, then grabbed the menu, poked the words on it with his finger, and roared through gritted teeth, "Copy the whole menu for me. My teacher is treating." The Yakiniku restaurant boss took the menu with a beaming smile. "All right. Please wait a moment, sir. Arranging it right away." After saying that, he trotted off to the back kitchen happily. Xiaoyang leaned against the back of the chair, crossed his arms, crossed his legs, with an expression that said, "Let's see how you pay this time." Enko put down her teacup, leisurely glanced at him, a playful smile on the corners of her mouth. "Who said I was treating?" Xiaoyang's eyes widened. "Didn't you say you're treating me to yakiniku?" Enko shrugged. "That's right, I said I'd treat you. But I didn't say I was going to pay." Hearing this, Xiaoyang leaned back against the chair recklessly and spread his hands. "Then I don't care, anyway I didn't bring money." Hearing this, Enko smiled even more happily. "What's there to be afraid of if you didn't bring money? Then consider it you borrowing from me. When you take on missions, it will be deducted from your mission allowance." Xiaoyang. "No way. Is there any teacher like you? On the first day of guiding a student, you make the student treat you to yakiniku." Enko reached out and poked his swollen cheek. Xiaoyang let out a hiss of pain and dodged backward. She rested her chin on her hand with a smile, her voice soft and asking for a beating. "Didn't you want to marry me? What? Even this little bit of money has to be paid by a woman." Xiaoyang covered his face, his gaze darker than the bottom of a pot. Seeing his deflated look, Enko finally couldn't help slamming the table and laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha ha." Xiaoyang gritted his back molars, squeezing out word by word from between his teeth. "Laugh. Go ahead and laugh. Laugh all you want. There will come a day when you'll be the one crying." Enko wiped away the tears from laughing and raised her chin at him. "All right, the teacher will wait. Come on, eat while it's hot. After all, it's all put on your tab, don't waste it." Xiaoyang looked down at the plates of wagyu beef, beef tongue, and pork belly being served, then looked up at the smug smiling face opposite him. The grievance in his heart could simply drown Konoha village. But he still picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and shoved it fiercely into his mouth. "Eat. Eat back the cost. Eat until she develops a trauma." Chewing the meat, he had already figured it out in his heart. When his system farmed enough strength someday, he must conquer Enko. Make her pour tea. Make her massage his shoulders. Make her know what it means that a gentleman's revenge is not too late in 10 years. Enko had no idea what was going on in the mind of the pig-headed teenager opposite her, and was happily spreading another layer of beef tongue on the grill, humming a little tune. "So fragrant tilde classmate Xiaoyang, you should eat more too, after all you're the one paying tilde." Xiaoyang. He silently chewed the meat in his mouth even harder. The midday sun beat down fiercely as Xiaoyang and Enko walked out of the yakiniku restaurant, the former sporting a pig head face that had subsided by 70%, while the latter looked refreshed and casually wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth with a tissue. Enko stood at the restaurant entrance, lazily stretching her arms. The moment she stretched, her khaki trench coat tightened completely, leaving her curves on full display, and the passing male ninja stared straight at her with wide eyes. Oblivious to it all, she let out a yawn on her own. Alright, the two of us can be considered acquainted now. Although the impression you, brat, left me with, isn't all that great, the Hokage-sama asked me to mentor you, so I can't defy orders, can I? With that, she leaned in close to Xiaoyang once more. This time, her face pressed even closer, her nose almost touching his, and a smile that could terrify someone into a cold sweat hung at the corners of her mouth. Of course, if you ever dare to flirt with me again in the future, I will make you truly experience what it means to respect your teacher and value the way. As she spoke, she raised her hand and gave Xiaoyang's shoulder a sharp slap, the force of which directly knocked him down by 3 inches. Looking at that face inches away, Xiaoyang's mind instantly replayed the entire combo from the morning, being hung from a tree by a snake, having his ear twisted until it bled, and taking a punch to the face. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and he gave an awkward laugh. What is teacher talking about? I will definitely be punctual, and value discipline. He slurred the words, value discipline, vaguely, not even knowing what he was saying himself. However, because Xiaoyang's cheeks were swollen and his speech was unclear, Enko didn't mind. She straightened up and nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. She clapped her hands. All right, I have other things to do. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, at the Hokage Hall, I'll come take you to pick up missions. Before her voice even trailed off, her hands had already formed hand seals. Hey, wait. Xiaoyang just opened his mouth, and with a whoosh, she was gone. He froze for 2 seconds, then roared at the spot where Enko had disappeared. You could at least have healed my face first. The echo reverberated through the crowded street, and a few passing crows flew away with a caw. Bearing his miserable appearance, Xiaoyang walked home gritting his teeth. The villagers he met along the way instinctively gave him a wide berth, and a child pointed at his face and shouted, Mom, look how ugly that person is, only to be glared back by a look from him. On purpose. Definitely on purpose. Xiaoyang cursed as he walked. Enko, you just wait. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west, don't bully a young man into poverty. The day I turn things around, I'll make you kneel and call me. Suddenly remembering that there were people around, he quickly swallowed the second half of his sentence and hurried his pace with his head down. Hokage office. Enko pushed open the door and walked in, where Hiruzen Sarutobi was sitting behind the desk, puffing away on a pipe. How is that kid? The old man asked leisurely. Hearing this, Enko reached out and gave a thumbs up. Energetic, foul-mouthed, can take a beating, and thick-skinned. He's a good sapling. Hiruzen Sarutobi choked on the smoke and coughed twice. Is being thick-skinned considered an advantage? In the ninja business, being thick-skinned is more useful than any ninjutsu, Enko said with a straight face. Especially his physique from the Senju clan. I beat him all morning, and his bones were as hard as iron. Promising. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Then do you think it's possible for him to awaken the bloodline limit of wood release like his father? This was Hiruzen Sarutobi's true objective. As a disciple of Orochimaru, Enko Mitarashi had helped record a lot while Orochimaru was researching Senjutsu and Hashirama cells experiments. Therefore, regarding the wood release within Hashirama cells, she could be said to be the most familiar person in Konoha today aside from Yamato. Hearing this, Enko's pupils shrank slightly as if she thought of some cruel imagery. But then she spoke flatly right after. Based on my understanding, in previous experiments, the fusion of wood release requires developing earth release and water release to their absolute limits as a prerequisite. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyebrows stood upright. Is this just a prerequisite? Enko nodded upon hearing this. That's right. After mastering the nature transformations of these two types of chakra, one also needs to utilize the peculiar cells of the Senju clan to fuse them into the life-attributed wood release. Therefore, as for whether Senju Xiaoyang has a chance, we still need to wait until he completely masters the attribute changes of both types of chakra before we can judge. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi also knew deeply that this matter could not be rushed, so he nodded. Alright, I understand. Moving forward, you will need to pay close attention to Senju Xiaoyang's cultivation. Half an hour later, at Xiaoyang's home. Facing the mirror, Xiaoyang cautiously mobilized his chakra to repair the huge bruise on his face. The physique of the Senju clan was truly abnormal. Chakra came with its own repair function, allowing it to heal wounds without the need for specialized medical ninjutsu. Previously, he had been beaten until he looked like an over-fermented steamed bun, but now most of the bruise had faded, leaving only a faint dark circle around his right eye socket. Hiss! Ouch! 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 While wincing as he used chakra to stimulate the stagnant blood, he cursed Anko for the 80th time in his heart. I definitely must learn a proper medical ninjutsu in the future. Otherwise, if I keep getting beaten into a pig head at every turn, how will I have the face to go out and flirt with girls? He channeled another layer of chakra onto his face and earnestly rubbed the dark circle around his eye. Until his chakra was nearly depleted, he looked in the mirror again and finally recovered that handsome face capable of captivating tens of thousands of young girls. Xiaoyang looked left and right with satisfaction. Good looks have returned. The Senju clan's pillar of good looks has officially returned. Just as his voice fell, a soft and sweet voice rang out from outside the courtyard gate. Mr. Xiaoyang, are you home? Ino. Xiaoyang's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously glanced toward the doorway, his brain spinning at high speed. Ino had arrived. Could Sakura be far behind? He walked quickly to the courtyard gate and pulled it open. Today, Ino was wearing a light green short-sleeved shirt with her hair tied in a neat ponytail, and she was holding another bouquet of small flowers in her hands. Seeing him open the door, her eyes lit up, and she skillfully hooked her arm through his right away. Mr. Xiaoyang. She looked up at him, her tone sweet and clinging. Xiaoyang was shaken twice by her pulling his arm, feeling that familiar warmth, and nodded with a smile. Have your teams been assigned yet? I'm in a group with Shikamaru and Choji, and our team leading Jonan as teacher Asuma Sarutobi. After saying that, her eyes lit up again immediately. Mr. Xiaoyang, I have nothing to do this afternoon. We don't start taking missions until tomorrow, so I can accompany you in your cultivation today. Oh. As she spoke those words, there was a trace of small expectation in her eyes. She still remembered the scene of Xiaoyang walking Sakura home yesterday. How could it not be her turn today no matter what? Xiaoyang looked into her sparkling eyes, her peripheral vision sweeping across the two old fishing rods and an iron bucket leaning against the wall in the courtyard. A flash of inspiration struck his mind, and a method to avoid the Shira field instantly appeared. Cultivation. He scratched his head and flashed a grin. We won't practice today. We're starting missions tomorrow, so let's properly relax today. Let's go, I'll take you fishing. Hearing him say that, Ino's face flushed red instantly, and with lowered eyelids, she stared at her own chest, her voice so soft it seemed it could drip water. Is Xiaoyang-kun trying to go on a date with me? Seeing her shy and bashful appearance, Xiaoyang felt immensely pleased. He reached out, directly pinched her chin, and lifted it slightly so that her sparkling eyes met his directly, a gentle yet slightly mischievous smile hanging on the corners of his lips. Then, is Ino willing to go with me? Being pinched like that by him, Ino felt half her body go numb with affection, skipping even the thought process as she nodded without hesitation. I am willing. As long as I can be with Xiaoyang-kun, I am willing to do anything. Xiaoyang cheered. Yay, in his heart, but on the surface, he only smiled gently. His hand speed, however, was not slow at all as he picked up the fishing rod and iron bucket with a whoosh. Then let's go. Ino immediately took the fishing rod from his hands on her own initiative, hooked her arm around his, and practically hung onto his body as she went out the door with him. Xiaoyang locked the courtyard gate and pulled Ino toward the direction of the village's back mountain, his pace twice as fast as usual, as if there were dogs chasing after them from behind. Not until the two of them squeezed into the dense forest and Konoha village was completely blocked from view by tree shadows did Xiaoyang secretly let out a sigh of relief. That was close. If Sakura rushed over again, today's date would have turned into a three-way melee. He wiped away some non-existent sweat and mentally gave himself a thumbs up. A perfect getaway. What Xiaoyang didn't know was that just as he locked the door with his front foot, Sakura Haruno jogged and turned into his alley with her back foot. She stood in front of the locked courtyard gate, stunned for 2 seconds, her face full of bewilderment. Xiaoyang-kun didn't come back. Or did he leave again? Unwilling to give up, she stood on tiptoe and peeked inside twice, seeing nothing, and stamped her feet in anger. It's all Kakashi-sensei's fault. Being late for so long. Making me have no idea where Xiaoyang-kun is today. Pouting, she turned and left with a belly full of grievances, muttering as she walked, I'll come find Xiaoyang-kun again in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang had already set up camp with Ino by the small river deep in the dense forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, scattering across the stream's surface, and spots of light like broken gold swayed with the current. The two sat side by side on a flat bluestone on the bank, shoulders touching, a fishing rod wedged between them with its bobber floating quietly on the water. Ino leaned her head against Xiaoyang's shoulder, her voice carrying undisguised sweetness. Xiaoyang-kun, did you fish often in the past? Looking at the way you casted just now, you're so skilled. Xiaoyang crossed his arms and leaned against the tree trunk behind him, looking smug. Of course. I'm not bragging to you, my fishing skills are even more proficient than my ninjutsu. Back in the day in this river, I fished up a catfish this big. He gestured a distance of nearly half a meter with both hands. Watching his exaggerated movements, Ino laughed until her eyes curved into crescents. Wow, Xiaoyang-kun is amazing. Then, can you teach me? What's the problem with that? Xiaoyang slapped his thigh and stood up immediately. Come, I'll teach you hands-on. Guaranteed to make you a master. He walked around behind Ino and sat down, bending over to reach out from both sides of her arms, practically enclosing Ino in his embrace. Ino was instantly enveloped by Xiaoyang's scent. The moment her back pressed against his chest, the tips of her ears turned red enough to drip blood. Come, Xiaoyang grabbed her two hands with a straight face, leading her to raise the fishing rod. First look at this bait, it has to be threaded like this. He lowered his head and leaned close to her ear, the hot breath he exhaled spraying against the side of her neck. His tone was as serious as a schoolteacher's, yet his fingers inadvertently pinched her soft palm. Ino stiffened into a piece of wood, her heart pounding thump, thump, thump until her chest went numb, but Xiaoyang's expression of serious lecturing made her too embarrassed to say, can you not stand so close? She could only try her best to focus her attention on the fishing rod, turning her head slightly to avoid his cheek that was right next to hers. Sensing her little movement, Xiaoyang was blooming with joy inside, but on the surface he still maintained a deadpan look. Come, hold tight, I'll take you to cast the rod. Right. Apply force. Go. Whoosh. The fishing line traced a perfect arc in the air, landing in the water with a splash, and the bobber stood up steadily. All right. Xiaoyang clapped his hands and added a sentence while leaning against her ear. Next is just waiting. Fishing is all about 30% technique, 70% patience, and 90% luck. Ino couldn't help it and snorted out a laugh, shaking all over with laughter, her shoulders trembling. Seeing her laughing happily, Xiaoyang subconsciously turned his head to look at her. Their faces were already extremely close to begin with, and with this turn, his lips directly pressed against her soft lips. Ino's laughter came to an abrupt halt. She was like someone struck by a body-freezing jutsu, her pupils dilating slightly, and the temperature transmitting from her lips caused her brain to instantly short-circuit. Looking into Xiaoyang's eyes right before her, her heart beat so fast it felt like it was about to jump out of her throat. On one hand, she was dying of shyness, and on the other hand, she faintly anticipated whether he would do like last time. Thus, she bit her lower lip and slowly closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her blushed cheeks looked like a fully ripened peach in the sunlight. Xiaoyang lowered his head to look at the small face in his arms with her eyes closed waiting for him to kiss, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. Xiaoyang had originally thought that a mere dragonfly touching water kiss would suffice, especially since they had just kissed a moment ago, and how awkward would it be if Ino's bodyguard popped out again. As a result, he looked up. Ino had her eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling like a butterfly's wings, and her lips slightly pouted, wearing an expression that said, "Hurry up and don't dawdle." The string in Xiaoyang's heart snapped with a sound. To hell with stopping at that. He reached out and pulled Ino entirely into his arms, his other hand cupping the back of her head as he lowered his head and devoured her, expertly prying open her lips without holding back at all. Ino had experience this time, and after being teased twice by him, she kept up with the rhythm. Her little tongue tentatively responded, and soon they were intertwined together. The fishing rod in her hand dropped with a clatter, and the bobber spun around lonely on the water surface. Neither of them paid any attention to it. The forest was quiet and peaceful, with only the rustling of wind blowing through the leaves and the occasional bird call. Ino was kissed dizzy and disoriented by him, her chest heaving violently, and her whole body softened into a puddle of mud. Her head rested dizzyingly against his chest, her legs involuntarily clamped together, her two hands placed helplessly on her lower abdomen, and her voice carried panting, "Sha. Xiaoyang-kun." Only then did Xiaoyang reluctantly let her go, lowering his head to look at her blushed face. He smiled and reached out his thumb to wipe away the glittering trace at the corner of her mouth, feeling immensely satisfied inside. However, he also kept his wits about him. How come the bodyguard didn't show up this time? Could it be that after Ino went home last night, she threw a major young lady temper tantrum and had the person dismissed? Tisk, this girl is something else. Just as he was pondering, Ino had already extended her hand, just like Sakura. Their fingers intertwined, gripping his tightly, she raised her face to look at him, her eyes shimmering with watery light. "Xiaoyang-kun, do you like me?" Although last night's kiss made his attitude clear, she hadn't had the chance to hear his confession in person yet. Women, after all, knowing is one thing, but they still want to hear the other person say it out loud. Xiaoyang lowered his head to look at her expectant and nervous little expression, smiled, and reached out to wrap his arm around her waist, pulling her closer into his arms. Pressing his forehead against hers, his voice was low and tender. "I like you." 2 words, crisp and neat, without a trace of hesitation. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Naruto. Many children bring many blessings. Let's revive the Senju clan. Part 2. Ino's lips curved up in a flash, completely suppressing it was impossible, and her whole face blossomed with a smile. But the next second, as if thinking of something, her mouth instantly puckered up again, glaring at him indignantly. "Then why did you let Sakura hold your arm this morning and not dodge away?" "Do you know what she told me later?" Ino said, getting more and more excited. "She actually told me that you're going to marry her. It's simply wishful thinking. With that broad forehead of hers, how could you possibly?" She babbled on for a long stretch, giving Xiaoyang no chance to cut in at all. Rather than questioning him, it was more like venting her dissatisfaction with Sakura. Xiaoyang wore a gentle smile on his face, listening to her endless complaints, but inside, he was already starting to break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, this girl didn't believe it. Otherwise, the scenery by the river today would have become drowned youth Senju Xiaoyang. "So Mr. Xiaoyang, promise me, don't pay attention to her anymore from now on, okay?" Ino finally finished speaking, blinking those big eyes of hers and looking at him pitifully, the corners of her eyes still tinged with a slightly aggrieved red. Xiaoyang didn't answer directly. Lowering his head to look into her watery eyes, he suddenly tightened the arm wrapped around her waist, pressing her whole body into his arms, his voice absurdly serious. Ino, would you be willing to marry me? Ino's voice stopped abruptly. She looked as if someone had pressed the pause button on her entire person, her gaze staring blankly at him, her mouth slightly open, unable to say a single word. The complaints, grievances, and coquettishness in her mind were all crushed into powder by this single sentence. Her heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat. Just moments ago, she felt that what Sakura said about marriage was nonsense, yet Xiaoyang turned around and said the exact same words to her to dispel all her grievances and jealousy. This man is just too smooth, isn't he? The sense of security is simply maxed out, okay. But she was stunned for too long. Seeing that she didn't reply for a long time, the smile on Xiaoyang's face slowly faded, his brows furrowed slightly, wearing an injured expression, and he even loosened his arm around her slightly, his voice dropping a few degrees. Could it be that Ino is unwilling? No, it's not. Ino abruptly snapped back to her senses, her voice cracking with anxiety. I'm willing. I'm willing to marry Mr. Xiaoyang. She threw off his hand, wrapped both arms directly around his neck, rolled over to pin Xiaoyang onto the grass, leaned down to lie on his chest, buried her head in the nook of his neck, her voice muffled yet exceptionally firm. I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. Xiaoyang was caught squarely by her pounce, the back of his head hitting the soft grass without hurting, and he smoothly lay flat, reaching out to hug her back, smiling like a fox that had stolen a chicken, while his words were sickeningly gentle. It's a deal then. When I am promoted to Chunin, I'll go to your house to propose. Ino nodded fiercely while lying on his chest. Whoever goes back on their word is a puppy. As soon as her words fell, she suddenly froze. Promote to Chunin and then propose. How come these words sound a bit familiar? Sakura's smug face had just popped into her head, before she even had time to think it through. Xiaoyang had already flipped over to pin her beneath him, lowering his head to block her lips, giving her no gap to think at all. MMPH. The trace of suspicion in Ino's mind was instantly crushed into debris, and her whole body softened into a pool of water. The two rolled around on the grass, kissing so tightly that no wind could pass through. Xiaoyang's hand slipped up from her waist at some unknown moment, his palm pressing against her warm skin, exploring upward bit by bit. Ino shuddered all over, but didn't stop him. Then, a chill hit her chest. Ino opened her eyes abruptly, her cheeks flushed crimson enough to drip blood, her hands hurriedly blocking in front of her chest, her voice thin and shaking. Mr. Xiaoyang. Aren't we moving a bit too fast? Xiaoyang raised his head, looking into her watery eyes, his tone so gentle that water could be pinched out of it, yet his hand didn't pull back at all. We've already agreed I'm going to marry you, how is this fast? Ino opened her mouth, but right now we're still. But before those words could pop out, Xiaoyang kissed down again, directly blocking all her worries back into her stomach. MMPH. The struggle grew lighter and lighter, losing strength more and more. As the dodo slipped onto the grass, flipped over slightly by the wind, it looked like a pink and white flower. Ino's original struggle also vanished completely. Xiaoyang could also be considered to have intuitively felt the gap between Sakura and Ino. Objectively speaking, if one compared Sakura to Ino, Sakura was like an undeveloped girl. Feeling his gaze, Ino was so embarrassed she wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground, her voice carrying a sob. Mr. Xiaoyang. Let's go home, okay? Here, it's outside. She anxiously glanced at her surroundings. Although the forest was quiet, there were birds overhead and wind behind the trees after all. What if someone passing by saw them? How would she face people in the future? Xiaoyang chuckled, lowering his head to press against her ear, his breath puffing against the side of her neck. Rest assured, this is the old clan territory of the Senju clan, usually not even a ghost shadow is around. I grew up here since I was little, if anyone approaches within a radius of 3 miles, I can smell them out. Ino was half believing, but Xiaoyang's hand no longer gave her the chance to hesitate. That kind of matter had to be done fast. The longer it dragged on, the more dilatory it became, and the more dilatory it was, the easier it was for a girl to back out. Xiaoyang understood this little principle in his past life. Besides, it's Ino. Wasn't an outdoor battle a must then? Ino's last bit of restraint was completely dismantled on the grass by the river through Xiaoyang's cajolery, deceit, and a round of wild kissing. The bushes swayed rhythmically, a few birds fluttered away from the tree, and fallen leaves drifted down in spirals. Ding! Detected a change in Ino Yamanaka's identity. Ino Yamanaka. Identity. Second wife. Copyable ability. Daughter of a ninja family, ninjutsu learning talent plus 20%. Copied to host panel. Special effect. Supportive wife can receive 5 million yen per month. Included in family sequence. Automatically deposited every month. Xiaoyang had no time to look right now. He was busy. Ino's whimpers drifted intermittently in the wind, rising and falling, sounding like an out-of-tune yet exceptionally pleasant little ditty. The birds in the forest initially poked their heads out curiously, but later fluttered away entirely. The sun slowly slid from overhead toward the west, the light shifting from white to gold, and from gold to orange. From Ino's initial blissful indulgence to her dizziness in the middle, the experience was identical to Sakura's. However, as a child of a major family, she had soaked in medicinal baths since childhood, so her physical constitution was much better than Sakura's. But for Xiaoyang, it just meant spending a bit more effort and playing fewer fancy tricks. Mr. Xiaoyang. No more. Really no more. Her speech was laced with a trembling voice, her hands gripping Xiaoyang's hands, her two legs resting limply on his shoulders, unable to exert a single ounce of strength. Xiaoyang lowered his head to look at her sweaty little face, finally showing mercy by stopping and nodding. All right, let's rest for a bit. He glanced at the clear little stream nearby, his eyes lighting up. Perfect, the two of us can take a bath. Then he swept Ino up horizontally in his arms and walked into the water. The stream water reached their waists, and the icy cold current washed away the heat all over their bodies. Was the battle over? Obviously, in order for the two women to cooperate smoothly as soon as possible, Xiaoyang had to make them quickly realize that a single person was powerless to cope. So the two of them simply changed battlefields. Transitioning from the battlefield of earth release to the battlefield of water release. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Water release. Water prison technique. MMPH. Mr. Xiaoyang, you're cheating again. This is called tactics, not cheating. Then can you take your hand? Don't move. The stream water gurgled, and occasionally ripples splashed against the stones on both banks. The setting sun dyed the water's surface into patches of broken gold, reflecting the entangled figures of the two people. Viewed from afar, it looked like a vivid and alluring traditional ink painting. Until the sun completely set and only the last trace of orange-red afterglow remained on the horizon, did Xiaoyang finally walk out of the water carrying Ino in his arms. Ino was as limp as a noodle, collapsing in his arms with her eyes closed, a bit of glistening saliva even hanging from the corner of her mouth, her breathing shallow and long. She had completely fallen asleep. Xiaoyang lowered his head to look at her quiet little face, unable to help smiling and shaking his head. Finding Ino's dudo, he wiped the water stains clean from her body. Then he carefully dressed Ino, letting her rest once more on Xiaoyang's jacket. Having done all this, Xiaoyang squatted beside Ino, reaching out to brush aside her damp bangs, revealing her rosy forehead. Then he glanced at the prompts on the system panel. Supportive wife. 5 million yen per month. Xiaoyang's mouth corners curved up bit by bit, finally splitting all the way to his earlobes. 5 million yen per month. He looked up at the last trace of orange light on the horizon, took a deep breath, and let out a silent roar toward the river surface. I've made a fortune. Of course he didn't shout it out loud, fearing it would wake Ino up. He lowered his head and kissed Ino on the forehead again, muttering softly, "Good wife, you'll support me from now on." Ino let out a in her sleep, not knowing what she dreamed of, and the corners of her mouth curved up slightly as well. Xiaoyang sat cross-legged beside her, looking at her quiet sleeping face, and then looked at those lines of glittering golden text on the system panel, his mood so good he could take flight on the spot. Today's fish, not a single one was caught. But he reeled a wealthy young lady back home. Worth it. So worth it. The cool evening breeze blew across the river's surface as Ino curled up on a bluestone slab, her body instinctively shrinking into a small ball with her brows slightly furrowed. Xiaoyang reached out and touched her exposed forearm, finding it ice cold to the touch, as freezing as the water in the river. Without saying a word, he stood up and began collecting dry branches around the area, quickly gathering them into a pile in just a few moments. Then, he formed hand seals with both hands and pressed them against the ground. Earth release, earth stove technique. A crude yet practical earth stove rose from the ground with a soft poof, its opening facing directly toward the pile of firewood. This was a D-rank daily life ninjutsu that Xiaoyang had figured out on his own. It couldn't fight or kill enemies, but it was extremely useful for building fires to cook, grilling fish, and keeping warm in the wild. He then stepped into the water and caught 3 fat catfish in the stream. After all, if he could form a Rasengan, catching a few fish was as easy as pie. Returning, he dismantled an iron bucket, flattened the sheet metal, and placed it over the earth stove as a grilling pan. He shoved the branches into the stove chamber and pulled out a lighter to ignite the firewood pile. The flames leapt up with a whoosh, and a wave of heat spread outward, sweeping away the surrounding chill. Wrapped by this wave of warmth, Ino's originally curled up body slowly stretched out as if soaked in warm water. She turned over, facing the fire, a trace of sleepiness still lingering at the corners of her mouth as she continued to sleep soundly. Xiaoyang squatted by the fire, flipping the fish, and glanced at her, feeling utterly satisfied in his heart. A wealthy woman making 5 million a month, why would she need to do any work? She had to be put on a pedestal and worshipped like a living Buddha. Before long, the grilled fish began to sizzle with oil, and the savory, charred aroma mixed with the fresh sweetness of river food drifted through the air. Ino's nose twitched. She was forcefully awakened from her dream by the aroma and instinctively swallowed her saliva, which ended up choking her into a fit of coughing. Cough, cough, cough. With every cough, her brows furrowed. The sore and aching discomfort coming from between her legs made the scenes of last night replay wildly in her mind, and her gaze gradually shifted from dazed to resentful. The first thing she did upon opening her eyes was to glare fiercely at Xiaoyang. Feeling a bit guilty under her gaze, Xiaoyang gave a dry cough and hurriedly handed the first grilled fish to her with a fawning, bootlicking eagerness, awoken already. Perfect, the fish is just grilled, eat it while it's hot. Ino stared at the crispy outside, tender inside fish in his hand, then looked up at his face, which was smiling as if nothing had happened, and her anger flared up instantly. She didn't take the fish. Opening her mouth, she lowered her head and bit down hard onto Xiaoyang's forearm. Hiss. It hurts, 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 hurts. Xiaoyang sucked in a breath of cold air. The flesh on his arm was clamped tightly between her 2 small canine teeth, just like being bitten by a little wild cat. Yet Ino just glared at him, refusing to let go. The meaning was very clear. I told you to stop, but you didn't. When I begged for mercy, you acted like you didn't hear it. Now you know it hurts. Too late. After being bitten for a full dozen seconds, Xiaoyang finally figured out what she was plotting. This lass was holding onto her anger. Today wouldn't end until she vented it all out. Thus, he straightened his face, stopped crying out in pain, and his voice suddenly dropped with a hint of threat. Keep biting, and I won't be polite anymore. It just so happens that sleeping alone at night is quite boring. Ino's eyes widened with a swoosh. She abruptly let go of her bite, shrinking back like a startled rabbit, her hands instinctively blocking in front of her chest as her voice trembled with panic. You dare. Seeing her look of bashfulness and fear, Xiaoyang chuckled and handed the grilled fish back over. Then be a good girl and eat your fish. Ino glared at him for a good while before finally snorting and taking the fish. She tore off a small piece of fish meat with her mouth, stuffed it in, chewed twice, and her eyes lit up slightly. It really was quite delicious. But she refused to concede verbally, poking Xiaoyang's shoulder with the fish tail while muttering indignantly, HMPH. Smelly Xiaoyang. You got your way. If you dare to be like those bad men in manga, enjoying yourself and then refusing to acknowledge it afterwards. Her small hand made a scissor gesture, gesturing in front of him as her eyes instantly turned murderous. I'll castrate you. Looking at those fingers mimicking scissors, Xiaoyang felt a chill run down his back. How could that be? He hurriedly sat closer to her, extended an arm to pull her directly into his arms, rested his chin on top of her head, and his voice turned exceptionally serious. Ino, rest assured. Tomorrow, I will go to your house to propose marriage. Ino's movements paused. The grilled fish in her hand stopped midair, her eyes staring blankly at the flames as her eyelashes fluttered twice. When she bit him and threatened him just now, she was actually just scared, feeling a hollow sense of insecurity. She was afraid he would be like the men in those cheesy romance novels, who stopped cherishing you once they got what they wanted. That was why she used that method to test his attitude. But she didn't expect Xiaoyang to directly drop the words, propose marriage. Wasn't this reaction a bit too fierce? Ino stood frozen on the spot, her mouth slightly agape, unable to say a single word. Watching her dumbfounded expression, Xiaoyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief while continuing to act on the surface, his tone suddenly dropping a few shades. It's just, you also know the current state of the Senju clan. He sighed, raising his gaze to look at the fire with just the right amount of desolation in his eyes. During the two world wars, the Senju clan charged at the very front. After decades of branching out and changing surnames, only Lady Tsunade's bloodline and my own bloodline remain of the orthodox lineage. He lowered his head and gave a bitter smile, his voice light and astringent. To be honest, I can't even pull together a decent bride price. What if your father thinks I'm not good enough for you? He didn't finish his sentence, but that sense of inferiority of a poor boy unworthy of a young lady was portrayed with absolute perfection. Xiaoyang almost wanted to applaud himself right there. With acting skills like this, he could win an Oscar in his past life. Seeing how earnest Xiaoyang was, Ino's inner misgivings were instantly dispelled. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, she snatched the grilled fish right out of Xiaoyang's hand and started eating. As she ate, she leaned against Xiaoyang's shoulder nonchalantly and said, HMPH, what kind of people do you take us of the Yamanaka clan to be? Are we the kind of people who despise the poor and love the rich? Besides, my father deeply respects my choices, and regarding my emotional matters, my father won't interfere. Hearing this, Xiaoyang froze on the spot. Holy crap, did I really mess this up? If Ino really made him go propose tomorrow, Xiaoyang could guarantee that the proposal would happen tomorrow morning, and Sakura would die tomorrow afternoon. With Sakura's romantic-brained nature, heaven knows what kind of crazy stunt she'd pull. However, nibbling on the fish, Ino suddenly paused, mumbling two vague words with fish meat stuffed in her mouth. Xiaoyang's heart was once again filled with hope. Whenever a sentence starts with, however, there's bound to be a plot twist. Sure enough, Ino swallowed the fish meat, tilted her head to think, and hesitated. However, Mr. Xiaoyang, isn't it still too early to propose tomorrow? We've only just become genin. She poked Xiaoyang's chest with a fish bone. Even if my father agrees on his end, there's no way he'd let me marry over right now. The sense of relief in Xiaoyang's heart was so immense he could practically set off fireworks. But he didn't dare show the slightest expression of, that's great, on his face, only daring to nod slightly while wearing a thoughtful look that seemed to say, what you're saying makes sense. Seeing that he didn't refute, Ino smiled brightly, turned around, and leaned against his shoulder, her voice soft and sweet. How about, we stick to our previous agreement? When the Chunin exams arrive, you can come over to propose. How does that sound? When she said the words, how does that sound, she tilted her face up, looking at him with sparkling eyes and an expression that screamed, aren't I so sensible? Hurry up and praise me. Feeling deeply grateful in his heart, Xiaoyang hurriedly reached out to pull her into his arms, his tone so affectionate it could be written into a textbook. Alright, I'll listen to you. Just in time, I'll use this period to work hard and grow stronger, to prove to your parents that I can definitely give you a happy and fulfilling life. Ino's heart melted from his sweet words, and she shrank into his arms, burying her face in his chest as she mumbled muffledly, you don't need to prove anything to anyone. Being with you, I have always been very happy. By the last few words, her voice grew softer and softer, and her face turned overwhelmingly red, obviously thinking of the specific details of that happiness in the afternoon. Xiaoyang lowered his head to look at the deeply reddened tips of her ears, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up as he leaned in and lowered his voice by her ear. Then, shouldn't we be happy a bit more? Ino froze, looking up in astonishment. Huh. Before she even had time to put down the half-eaten grilled fish in her hand, Xiaoyang had already lowered his head and sealed her lips. Her mouth was full of the taste of grilled fish, mixed with the lingering charred aroma and sweetness between Ino's lips and teeth. Ino was caught completely off guard by him, letting out two muffled, sounds as the fish in her hand dropped onto the grass with a plop. She struggled for 2 seconds, then gave up as if resigning herself to her fate. It wasn't that she didn't want to resist. It was mainly because the experience of this entire afternoon had taught her a cruel truth. If she proactively cooperated a little, the duration of that happiness would actually be shorter. At least, she wouldn't have to cry out those pet names that made her want to crawl into a crack in the ground whenever she thought of them the next day. The night wind swept through the woods, startling several night birds in the distance into fluttering away while squawking, caw, as if cursing on the street. It wasn't until the moon climbed up to the treetops that Xiaoyang and Ino finally walked out from the back mountain. With the assistance of Xiaoyang's chakra, Ino's pace barely managed to remain normal, but she walked extremely slowly. Seeing her like that, Xiaoyang was feeling immensely proud of himself. He wanted her to remember this feeling, preferably, her legs would go weak the next time she saw him, so she would accept the teaming up proposal sooner. Escorting her to the entrance of the Yamanaka clan compound, Ino turned back to glare at him, blushed, and quickly said, "See you at school tomorrow," before enduring the pain and running inside. Humming a little tune, Xiaoyang walked home, his mood so good he felt like he could take off right on the spot. As a result, just as he turned into his own alley, he froze. Another person was squatting under the street lamp. Pink hair, a short red hip-hugging skirt, curled up into a ball, drawing circles on the ground with a twig while muttering under her breath. Sakura Haruno. Xiaoyang's heart gave a thump, and just as he thought, well, I'm screwed, Sakura had already heard the footsteps and abruptly raised her head. The moment their eyes met, her green eyes quickly welled up with moisture, looking like a kitten that had suffered a massive grievance. Mr. Xiaoyang. She sprang up with a whoosh, and lunged straight at him, wrapping her arms directly around his neck, jumping up into the air with her legs tightly clamping around his waist. Stumbling from her tackle, Xiaoyang quickly supported her bottom with one hand and wrapped his other arm around her back, steadying his footing. What's wrong? We've only been apart for a single day, and you miss your husband this much. Sakura buried her face in the crook of his neck, her muffled voice carrying a nasal tone. Where did you go all day? I came to your house to look for you several times this afternoon. I thought you were intentionally avoiding me and refusing to see me. As she spoke, her eye sockets turned red, and she looked at him with a pitiful aggrieved expression. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Xiaoyang put aside the early warning of a Shira field in his heart, lowered his head to kiss her lips, and said in a voice that was both tender and punchable, "What nonsense are you talking about? What husband would hide from his own wife?" As he spoke, his right hand gave a moderate, crisp pat to the spot supporting her bottom, producing a sharp crack sound. Sakura let out an ah, her face instantly turning red all the way to the roots of her ears as she buried her head in his chest, not daring to look up. Xiaoyang lowered his head close to her ear, smiling mischievously. If you have wild thoughts again in the future, I'll continue punishing you like this. Sakura shrank into his arms, humming like a mosquito, MMH. As obedient as a cat. Seeing her pitiful look, Xiaoyang finally let out a smiling breath of relief and gestured toward the courtyard gate with his chin. Let's go, let's head inside and talk. If someone sees us standing here, Konoha village will be full of gossip tomorrow about Sakura Haruno staking out the Senju residence in the middle of the night. Amused into a smile through her tears by his words, Sakura finally slid down from him, but refused to let go, her two arms tightly wrapping around his left arm as she pressed against him seamlessly like a plaster. Xiaoyang opened the door and entered the house, without even having time to take off his shoes before Sakura anxiously tilted her head up to ask, Mr. Xiaoyang, where did you go all day? You weren't home when I came to look for you at noon. Xiaoyang sighed, kicked off his shoes, pulled the door shut behind him, and put on an expression of unspeakable misery. Sigh, wasn't I taken away by Anko Mitarashi-sensei in the morning? Because she only has me as a student, her demands on me are extremely strict. We trained for a whole day, and only just finished cultivating. Man, she beat me up so badly. He rolled up his sleeves and pointed to the bruise on his arm that Ino had pinched half an hour ago. See that? This is from her beating. I trained from morning till night, didn't even get a proper bite to eat, and only managed to escape back with great difficulty. Sakura looked down at the bruise, her eyes turning red in a flash as she gently stroked that patch of skin, her voice frantic and heartbroken. Ah. How could she be like that? Even a Jonin shouldn't beat a student like this. Does it still hurt, Mr. Xiaoyang? Her small hand gently massaged the bruise, her warm and soft fingertips rubbing in circles, making Xiaoyang almost groan in comfort. It used to hurt. He squinted his eyes with an expression of enjoyment, but being rubbed by Sakura like this, it stopped hurting immediately. You really are my best painkiller. Sakura's face flushed red from his sweet words, and she lowered her head with a pouting smile, muttering softly, you only know how to say nice things, before sitting cross-legged on the cushion and hurriedly starting her report. Mr. Xiaoyang, I've been assigned to Team 7. In the same group with Naruto and Sasuke. The supervising Jonin is Kakashi-sensei. When she said the two words, Sasuke, she secretly looked up at Xiaoyang's expression, as if afraid he would get jealous, her eyes carrying a bit of careful probing. Xiaoyang took in all her expressions, the corners of his mouth hooking up as he reached out and directly pulled Sakura into his arms, making her sit sideways on his lap with his chin resting on top of her head, his tone extremely casual. Don't worry, Sakura, I trust you. Just as Sakura breathed a sigh of relief, she heard him add, after all, with someone as outstanding as me placed right in front of you, how could you possibly take a fancy to a noisy brat like Naruto? Sakura froze, instantly reacting, and pounded her little fists against his chest. Oh. Mr. Xiaoyang. You're teasing me again. When did I ever like Naruto? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow and leaned in with a cheeky grin. Then could it be that you used to like Uchiha Sasuke? Sakura was so choked by his question that her face turned red, and she anxiously frowned. Mr. Xiaoyang. How can you be like this? If you keep acting like this, I won't talk to you anymore. Don't. Xiaoyang quickly grabbed her little hand, smiling as sweetly as if he had smeared honey on his face. I'm just joking. Don't I know what kind of person our Sakura is? Besides, being able to join Kakashi Hatake-sensei's team is also good for your future development. With Naruto and Sasuke around, I'll feel more at ease when you go on missions in the future. Sakura was coaxed into feeling a bit better, pouting and letting out a hum. That's more like it. But soon she grew puzzled again, tilting her head to look at him. Judging by what you just said, do you know Kakashi Hatake-sensei? Could it be, you know him? Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment before remembering that Kakashi's fame in Konoha wasn't quite a household name at this stage. After all, this guy had spent most of his time previously wearing a mask and carrying out missions in the Anbu. So he cleared his throat, putting on a big brother is well-traveled and knowledgeable expression. That goes without saying. Konoha's youngest genius Jonin, who attained the rank at age 12. A student of the 4th Hokage, he has a resounding nickname in the ninja world, the Copy Ninja. Though I prefer to call him Kakashi 50-50. 50-50. Sakura blinked her eyes, amused by this strange title. What does that mean? Does it mean he goes 50-50 with anyone he fights? Of course. No matter who he faces, he can quickly copy the opponent's ninjutsu and use it, forcefully fighting to a draw with anyone. Don't you think that's amazing? Sakura's eyes lit up. Wow, that's amazing. But immediately afterwards she pouted again, looking disgusted. However, it doesn't really look like it. This morning we waited all morning before he finally showed up, being over 3 hours late. Is he really as amazing as you say? Xiaoyang looked at her little expression of, my man is definitely better than the teacher, and felt utterly comforted inside. He flopped onto the cushion, feigning lower back pain as he rubbed it. Ouch. After training all day, my waist is sore and my legs hurt. I don't have much strength left to keep talking. How could Sakura not understand what he meant? Exasperated yet amused, she gave him a side eye, but still got up and sat on his waist, placing both hands on his back to start kneading. Fine, 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 let me serve my lord and master, alright. Xiaoyang groaned while lying face down. Aiya, it has to be Sakura, you really know how to pamper someone. Sakura pinched him. Less wisecracking. Hurry up and tell me, just how powerful is Kakashi-sensei? Hearing this, Xiaoyang rolled his eyes, and in the next instant, with a swish, he rolled over on the spot and directly grabbed Sakura, pulling her into his arms. Sakura let out a ah, and her whole body tumbled right into his embrace. Whether he's powerful or not isn't important. Xiaoyang lowered his head, staring at her with a smile. What's important is, making sure you know how powerful I am. Finished speaking, he kissed her without giving her a choice. The two of them were practically an old married couple by now. She no longer felt the shame of the first time, and with a playful scold, she actively responded. During the first water shield match, the two were evenly matched, and Sakura lay panting heavily on the table. Sakura, it's so late, won't you be in trouble if you don't go home? Hearing this, Sakura looked at Xiaoyang with a shy, blushing cheek. Before I came, I told my parents I'd be staying at Ino's house tonight. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up instantly. Then what more is there to say? Hearing this, Xiaoyang lost all his worries. Xiaoyang simply didn't believe that not a single time would hit tonight. However, truth be told, after experiencing Ino's cleanser, looking at Sakura's, she definitely needed to develop a bit more. Wait, let me rest a bit longer, my chakra hasn't recovered yet. It's fine, this time we'll only use taijutsu. Double kill, achieving fame in a single battle. Triple kill, astonishing the entire world. Quadra kill, peerless under heaven. Penta kill, slaughtering the heavens and destroying the earth. Hexa kill. Mr. Xiaoyang, Kakashi-sensei is still going to test us tomorrow. How am I supposed to take the exam tomorrow if you do this? Hearing Sakura's words, Xiaoyang let go of Sakura. It's fine, before going to sleep, I'll use chakra to heal you. Hearing this, Sakura was instantly caught between laughter and tears, but since Xiaoyang said so, what else could she say? At this moment, she couldn't help thinking, if Xiaoyang already had such combat power now, would she really be able to handle it in the future? Thus, she couldn't help thinking of another girl in her heart. But just for a second, as Xiaoyang's Rasengan attacked once again, Sakura Haruno had no choice but to hurriedly mobilize her whole body to defend. Night fell, and shooting stars streaked across the night sky one by one. The commotion inside Xiaoyang's house was endless. However, what depressed Xiaoyang was that all through the night, he still didn't hear the system's prompt tone. Could it really be an age issue? That shouldn't be. Over on Sakura's side, she had been tossed around so much that she couldn't even lift a finger, her little face pale white, covered in fine sweat, her entire body sprawled limply on the tatami mat like her skeleton had been pulled out. She forced her eyes open and saw Xiaoyang's frowning expression. Her heart skipped a beat, thinking Xiaoyang was unsatisfied with her performance, so she hurriedly forced herself to sit up. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiaoyang. It's my fault. I didn't serve you well. Her voice was weak, yet filled with utter guilt. I really have no strength left. Next time I'll definitely work harder. Looking at her cute, self-blaming and guilty little appearance, Xiaoyang's slight depression over, reaping zero harvest, instantly vanished. He quickly pushed her back down, his tone extremely tender. What nonsense are you talking about? You performed very well today. Come, let me carry you to take a bath. He scooped Sakura up horizontally into his arms, walked into the bathroom to take a hot shower, cleaned up the living room, gathered Sakura's scattered tight-fitting skirt, forehead protector, and other items, and finally wrapped her in a bath towel to carry her back to the bedroom. Sakura curled up under the covers, frowning and pressing her legs together, clearly still uncomfortable. Xiaoyang sat beside her, reaching out to mobilize chakra and slowly channel it into her. A faint glimmer of chakra flashed in the night, and Sakura's brows slowly relaxed comfortably, her breathing gradually stabilizing. Xiaoyang lowered his head to look at her sleeping little face, sighed inwardly, and looked at the system interface again. Sigh, I wonder what the advancement reward is actually like. He lay down to the side, reached out to pull Sakura into his embrace, and closed his eyes. Tomorrow he still had to deal with Anko, that violent female teacher, and he hadn't tried out Ino's talent yet. And the 5 million per month, how he should plan to use it. Letting his mind wander wildly, he also drifted off to sleep drowsily. Early the next morning, as the sunlight just filtered through the paper window, Xiaoyang was awakened by the aroma of food. Blinking his drowsy eyes, he slid open the bedroom door and saw that a piping hot bowl of rice, miso soup, grilled fish, and a small dish of pickles were already neatly arranged on the table, with a pair of thoroughly washed chopsticks placed beside the plate. Sakura sat kneeling by the table, still wearing the red hip hugger skirt from yesterday. Hearing the sound of the sliding door, she tilted her head and smiled at him. Mr. Xiaoyang. Get up and eat. Looking at this scene, a bubbling wave of happiness welled up inside Xiaoyang. Without a word, he stood up, took 2 steps over, and pulled the kneeling Sakura into his arms, making her sit sideways on his lap. He rested his chin on the top of her head, his voice still hoarse from sleep. Sakura is truly so virtuous. I can't wait to marry you and bring you home, cherishing you in the palm of my hand every single day. Sakura's face flushed from his embrace, and she pouted as she leaned in to plant a loud kiss on his cheek. Then, rolling her eyes playfully, she put on a deliberately aggrieved tone. HMPH, that's not what you said last night. I was almost passing out, yet you didn't say a word about feeling sorry for me. Xiaoyang lowered his head to look at her little face feigning grievance, raising an eyebrow with a wretched grin. Oh, is that so? How do I remember it, that I was holding you the whole time? How could Sakura not know which kind of holding he meant? Her face instantly turned as red as fire all the way down to the root of her neck, and even the tips of her ears were steaming. She swung her little fists and hammered his chest. I'm too embarrassed to call you out. Is that kind of holding you did even decent? What you did was. As she spoke, she couldn't continue anymore and hurriedly changed the subject. The gathering time set by Kakashi-sensei is almost here, I have to go. Breakfast is made for you, eat it while it's hot. With that, she tried to break free from his embrace. But Xiaoyang tightened his arms and trapped her, looking completely nonchalant. What's there to be afraid of being a little late? Come on, keep me company while I eat. Sakura panicked. No. Kakashi-sensei said, no eating in the morning. Xiaoyang let out a chuckle, his expression dripping with innocence. I didn't ask you to eat either. Sakura was stunned. Didn't you ask me to keep you company while you eat? Xiaoyang pulled her to the dining table and whispered a few words into her ear. Upon hearing this, Sakura's face flushed so red it could drip blood, and she almost jumped on the spot. But in the end, she was still pushed back down by Xiaoyang holding her shoulders. After the meal, Sakura hygienically performed her post-meal mouth rinsing routine. Except she rinsed her mouth with a flushed face. Watching Sakura flee from the house as if escaping, Xiaoyang sat in his chair, tilted his head back to look at the ceiling, let out a refreshing sigh, and thought, is it a bit hot under this table? Why was Sakura's face so red? He couldn't figure it out. After washing up and dressing neatly, Xiaoyang tied his headband around his forehead, gave a thumbs up in the mirror, and shouted with full Chunibyo energy, a new day. A new journey. Senju Xiaoyang, reporting for duty. Then he grabbed his ninja pouch and set off spiritedly toward the Hokage building. Arriving at the Hokage lobby, he immediately spotted the Ino Shika Cho team, who were also waiting for their leader. Ino was standing between Shikamaru and Choji, kicking pebbles out of sheer boredom. The moment she saw Xiaoyang, her eyes lit up and she trotted over. Mr. Xiaoyang. Are you here to take on a mission today too? Xiaoyang smiled, reached out to ruffle her hair, and smoothly tucked her Mickey-colored bangs behind her ear with a gentle and natural motion. Yeah, Enko-sensei told me to wait for her here. Ino's heart skipped a beat from his hair-tucking gesture, and she couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth from curling up. Shikamaru yawned nearby, wearing a look of complete comprehension. Tisk. What a drag. I wonder what kind of mission we'll get today. Hearing this, Ino rolled her eyes and suddenly came up with an idea. Hey, Mr. Xiaoyang, isn't your group just you alone? Why don't our two teams do today's mission together? Anyway, they're all D-rank missions, more people means getting it done faster. Xiaoyang thought about it and figured that was fine. Anyway, early missions were either picking up trash or finding cats, so a few more or fewer people didn't matter. Just as he opened his mouth to agree, a figure flashed right before his eyes. Enko, wearing her signature black mesh innerwear and a Mickey-colored trench coat, appeared in front of him like a ghost and abruptly interrupted his words. Sorry, young lady, I'm afraid your idea won't work out. Ino was stunned. Why is that, Enko-sensei? Our two teams take on two missions, isn't it good to split the commission evenly? Xiaoyang also curiously turned to look at Enko. Honestly, he couldn't figure out why it wouldn't work either. Wouldn't 6 people doing 2 jobs be more efficient than 2 people doing 1 job? But Enko clicked her tongue and glanced at Xiaoyang with an amused look. Because Xiaoyang's mission today is quite special. He needs to assist Kakashi Hitaki in evaluating Team 7. Xiaoyang's eyes instantly widened like brass bells. What? Enko rolled her eyes at him with annoyance. What do you mean, what? Quote. It was originally a C rank mission, but if you do a good job, I'll count it as a B rank mission, which will just offset the cost of your barbecue yesterday. What? Got a problem? Without giving Xiaoyang a chance to react, she reached out and grabbed him by the back collar. Let's go. Hey wait, I haven't told Ino yet. Swish. The two disappeared on the spot, leaving only a fallen leaf spinning as it drifted down in the lobby. Ino stood in place, stunned for 2 seconds, then stomped her foot fiercely and bit her lip angrily. Team 7. Doesn't that mean I'm going to run into that broad forehead again? Although Xiaoyang's proposal to her yesterday maxed out her trust, she certainly didn't trust Sakura. What couldn't that broad forehead do? Besides, with Xiaoyang's face right there, what if Sakura clung to him again? The more Ino thought about it, the angrier she got. Her face puffed up like a pufferfish, and her 2 little hands clenched into fists, her knuckles turning white. Shikamaru watched her appearance from the side, shrugged helplessly, and sighed. Tisk. Romance is truly the most troublesome thing in the world. Shut up. Ino glared at him irritably. Shikamaru obediently shut his mouth and turned his face toward the ceiling. Choji chewed on potato chips with a blank expression, his gaze drifting around the lobby as if all the disputes around him had nothing to do with him. Crunch, crunch. Xiaoyang hadn't even figured out the situation before Enko dragged him all the way from the Hokage's office to Team 7's training ground. When they landed, he stumbled on his feet, almost bowing deeply to Kakashi on the spot. As soon as he steadied himself, he heard Kakashi's signature lazy voice drifting over. You must embrace the resolve of certain death, otherwise you will never achieve victory. Xiaoyang stood dumbfounded beside Enko, looking at Kakashi and then at the 3 people opposite them. Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke stood in a row, with varying expressions. The next second, Sakura's gaze swept over him. Those green eyes lit up instantly, like a cat seeing a meaty bone, and the corners of her mouth practically split to her ears. If it weren't for the crowd at the examination site, she probably would have pounced over Mr. Xiaoyang. Naruto also excitedly waved his arms. Xiaoyang. Why are you here? Only Sasuke. The moment he turned his head and saw Xiaoyang, that icy face visibly grew even colder. Even. His Sharingan popped straight out. A red base, black tomo, covered in bloodshot veins, looking as if he had seen his mortal enemy. Xiaoyang looked into his eyes and clicked his tongue twice inwardly. Is it really necessary, bro? I didn't steal your sister, why are you glaring at me? Little did he know, a fire was burning inside Sasuke's stomach. Why could Senju Xiaoyang be trained alone by an elite Jonin, while he, the proud descendant of the Uchiha, was crammed into a team with Uzumaki Naruto, the tail-end loser, and Sakura Haruno, a girl who couldn't do anything. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, with only one thought in his heart: defeat him. Prove that he was stronger than Senju Xiaoyang. That way, he might also be able to get separate training from an elite Jonin. Xiaoyang had no idea that Sasuke was mentally putting on a performance of the Avengers, still stuck in a dazed state of, who am I, where am I, what am I supposed to be doing? Enko gave his back a push, not too hard, but enough to make him stumble forward a few steps. Alright, stand over there. Kakashi acted as if he had expected this all along, not even closing his makeout paradise, pulling out 2 bells from his pocket with one hand and flicking his fingers. Jingle. The bells carved out an arc and landed accurately into Xiaoyang's hands. Xiaoyang looked down at the 2 gleaming little bells in his palm, looked up at Kakashi, and then turned to look at Anko, the question marks on his face practically materializing. What does this mean? Anko crossed her arms, the corners of her mouth curling up into an expression like she was watching a show. It means, today, you are the target. Only then did Kakashi leisurely close Makeout Paradise, with one hand in his pocket, his dead fish eyes sweeping across the 4 people opposite him. Alright, everyone is here. Now I announce the rules of the examination. Naruto and Sakura quickly withdrew their gazes from Xiaoyang and stood straight. Kakashi reached out and pointed at the bells in Xiaoyang's hand. For this examination, the 3 of you have only one goal. Snatch the bells from Senju Xiaoyang by any means necessary. Time limit of half a day. Grab them and you pass, fail to grab them. He paused, his tone calm yet carrying a chill. All of you will be sent back to the Ninja Academy to retake the course. Xiaoyang. Huh. He looked down at the bells, then up at the 3 opponents with varying expressions in front of him, his mind going, buzz. Isn't this Kakashi's job? Why is he making me fight 3 people by myself now? I didn't display any overpowered strength before, did I? Could it be that Enko tied me over just to act as a punching bag? Sakura was the first to blow her top. She took a step forward and glared righteously at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. This is too unfair. Although Mr. Xiaoyang is a genius, for him to fight the 3 of us alone. She suddenly stopped halfway through her sentence. Because she suddenly realized that she was also one of the 3 people fighting Xiaoyang. Sakura instantly jammed, her mouth opening and closing as she wanted to change her words but didn't know how, her face flushing red until she finally squeezed out. Anyway, it's unfair. Hearing this, Sasuke also looked at Xiaoyang with an unconvinced expression. In his view, defeating Xiaoyang alone was enough for him. Facing Sakura's protest, Kakashi's expression didn't move a fraction, his dead fish eyes not even shifting their focus, and his tone remained as flat as reading a menu. These are not things I need to consider. My examination has only one goal: snatch the bells in Senju Xiaoyang's hand. He paused, crossing 2 fingers in front of his chest. However, there are only 2 bells. That means, in the end, only the 2 people who get the bells can become subordinates of me, Kakashi Hatake. The remaining one. He tilted his head slightly, a hint of chill suddenly appearing in his dead fish eyes, unfortunately, will be sent back to the Ninja Academy to study again. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the 3 people changed simultaneously. Sakura's pupils shrank sharply, and she subconsciously clenched her fists. Return to the academy. Wouldn't that mean she couldn't be a ninja together with Mr. Xiaoyang? How would they meet in the future then? The silly smile on Naruto's face also stiffened. His mouth opened, wanting to say something but swallowing it back. He had finally graduated from the Ninja Academy, and he wouldn't go back there again even if it killed him. And Sasuke. He lowered his eyelids, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. 2 bells, 3 people. That's just right. As long as he grabbed a bell, whether this woman of Senju Xiaoyang or that tail-end loser rolled back made no difference to him. All Sasuke wanted was to prove himself and become stronger. In those dark eyes of his, the tomo of the Sharingan unconsciously spun a circle. Xiaoyang stood to the side, taking in all 3 of their expressions, and his heart gave a thud. This script is not right. He abruptly turned his head to look at Anko, the culprit who dragged him all the way from the Hokage's office. The other party was leaning against a tree with her arms crossed, a mischievous smile hanging on the corners of her mouth that said, "I knew it would turn out like this." Xiaoyang understood on the spot. What kind of assisting examination was this? He was simply dragged over by Anko to be a tool. He took a deep breath, squeezed out a smile, and waved at Kakashi. Ahem. Kakashi-sensei, can I have a word alone with Anko-sensei? Kakashi didn't even lift an eyelid. You are not my subordinate, you don't need to report your actions to me. As if granted amnesty, Xiaoyang immediately grabbed Anko and walked behind a large tree, lowering his voice with an expression more distorted than if he had eaten bitter melon. Anko-sensei. What on earth is going on? It's only the second day since I became a genin. And you're making me take on 3 genin by myself. Anko crossed her arms, bent down to get close to his face, her nose almost touching his, her tone carrying 70% teasing and 30% smugness. What? Teacher is creating an opportunity for you to fight side by side with your little girlfriend, and you're still unhappy about it. Xiaoyang had dark lines all over his face. Is that the main point? Anko straightened up and waved her hand dismissively. Alright, don't look down on yourself too much. Aside from that little brat from the Uchiha family who might cause you a bit of trouble, the other two. She paused, making a dismissive hand gesture. You could handle them with your eyes closed. Xiaoyang's mouth twitched. One-on-one is of course no problem. The problem is 1-on-3. How the hell do you expect me to win this? Anko suddenly smiled sneakily, leaning in even closer. If the 3 of them really team up to beat you, won't your assisting examination mission be completed? Xiaoyang was stunned. That's right. Kakashi's examination was originally meant to force the 3 of them to learn teamwork. If the 3 of them really joined forces to deal with him, it meant they finally understood the logic that there is strength in numbers, and the mission would be considered a success. As soon as his brain processed this, the next instant he stiffened again. Wait, no. I almost got talked into your logic. Sure, they teamed up so I finished the mission, but wouldn't I get a severe beating in the process? Anko covered her mouth and chuckled, her shoulders shaking. Your brain turns pretty fast. As expected of the student I brought up. She cleared her throat and said with a serious expression, alright, I'll give you a little perk. If you can hold out under their combined offensive, no, I mean win. Teacher will grant you one condition. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up instantly. Any condition is fine. His gaze instinctively drifted toward Anko's chest. Anko's smile remained unchanged as she raised her hand and flicked him on the forehead. Thump. Ouch. What are you thinking about? Anko withdrew her hand and added with a smile, what I mean is. You can pick any ninjutsu from me to learn. As long as it's something I know, you can learn it. Xiaoyang covered his forehead, reluctantly moving his gaze away from her chest, his mouth pouted enough to hang an oil bottle, muttering softly, who wants to learn ninjutsu? My dream is to expand the Senju CL. Halfway through his sentence, Anko's fist was already raised. Xiaoyang instantly changed his words, straightening his back and wearing an expression as serious as if he were taking an oath. Ninjutsu. I love ninjutsu. My biggest hobby in life is studying ninjutsu. Thank you, Anko-sensei. Anko let out a snort of amusement at his virtue of changing faces faster than flipping a book, shaking her head and scolding with a smile. Such a perverted brat. She gave him a push. Alright, hurry up. Complete the mission nicely and don't make me lose face. Over on Kakashi's side, he had also finished his mobilization and saw Xiaoyang and Anko returning. Kakashi spoke up. Are you ready? Hearing this, Sakura pursed her lips in a somewhat bewildered manner, while Sasuke's pair of single Tomo Sharingan were filled with fighting spirit. Naruto also shouted excitedly. Mr. Xiaoyang, brothers are brothers, but this is my genin examination, and I won't hold back. Xiaoyang was left speechless upon hearing this. Seriously, do the 2 of you have to be so intensely eager to fight? I'm just a genin. Hearing this, Kakashi's lips beneath his mask curled up slightly. Without waiting for Xiaoyang to speak, he directly gave the order. Now, the examination officially begins. The moment Kakashi's voice fell, Before Xiaoyang even had time to mentally prepare himself, two figures vanished from the tree branches with a swoosh, leaving four people in the center of the training ground staring at each other in dismay. Xiaoyang looked at the three people opposite him with a somewhat complicated expression. Logically speaking, shouldn't you guys hide first? This script isn't right. Before he could finish speaking, a shuriken had already torn through the air, flying straight toward his face with a swoosh. What the fool? Xiaoyang's pupils shrank sharply, and he instinctively tilted his head. The shuriken grazed past his ear and embedded itself into the tree trunk behind him, its tail feathers still vibrating with a hum. Sakura was so frightened that her face turned pale. Mr. Xiaoyang, watch out. Seeing that Xiaoyang had dodged it, Sakura then exasperatedly shouted at Sasuke. Sasuke, why would you launch a sneak attack? Sasuke's brows sank upon hearing this. Xiaoyang wiped his ear, turned his head to glare at Sasuke, and instantly blew his top. Urzuzi. Are you for real? Throwing a shuriken right off the bat. Sasuke. Sasuke had already flipped out a second kunai. His face was as cold as if it had just been fished out of an ice cellar, and his tone was immensely arrogant. You two step aside. This battle belongs to the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. He took a step forward, spinning the kunai between his fingers, no one else interfere. Hearing this, Naruto refused to stand for it, placed his hands on his hips, and hopped forward. Why? I'm also a part of the examination. I want to get a bell too. The loser has no right to speak. Who are you calling a loser? Before the two of them even started fighting, they began arguing. Standing in the middle, Xiaoyang watched the two of them glare at each other like fighting cocks. His mouth twitched, and his brain spun frantically. One wanted to seize a bell to prove himself, or rather, to prove the glory of the Uchiha clan. The other wanted to seize a bell to pass the examination, while Sakura over there was staring at him with eyes full of worry. This situation was simply rotten to the core. His eyes rolled, and he suddenly came up with an idea. The next second, Xiaoyang directly picked up one of the bells and tossed it to Naruto with a swoosh. Here, Naruto, you're my brother, this is for you. Naruto instinctively caught it, looked down at the silvery glistening bell in his palm, and was completely dumbfounded. Huh? Why? Sasuke's Sharingan instantly widened. Before he could react, Xiaoyang had already walked up to Sakura and shoved the second bell into her hands, smiling with utter gentleness. Sakura, to thank you for accompanying me so painstakingly to breakfast this morning, this is for you. Sakura looked down at the bell in her palm, her face flushing crimson in a flash. Her mind was filled with the imagery of having breakfast with Xiaoyang this morning. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but not a single word popped out. She could only clutch the bell tightly with a blushing face. Having finished distributing them, Xiaoyang clapped his hands and turned to leave with an easy expression. Alright, both bells are gone, so my mission is complete. Sasuke, our friendship isn't that deep, see you next year. He even waved behind him. Sasuke stood in place, watching Xiaoyang's back, feeling as if a basin of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. From shock to humiliation, and from humiliation to explosive rage, that pair of single Tomo Sharingan spun frantically within his eye sockets. Bloodshot veins covered them, and his pupils contracted violently, something he didn't even notice himself. The Tomo in his left eye changed from 1 to 2. The double Tomo Sharingan had awakened amidst shame and anger. You fool! Sasuke let out a furious roar as he flung out 3 shurikens simultaneously, sealing off all of Xiaoyang's dodging routes to the left, right, and above. He himself hoisted his kunai and thrust forward with a backhand, moving so fast that it left a residual afterimage. Xiaoyang turned sideways, and the moment he caught sight of Sasuke rushing over out of the corner of his eye, the corner of his mouth curved upward. I've been waiting for you. With his back to Sasuke, his hands had already rapidly formed hand seals. Water release. Water prison technique. Just as Sasuke stepped within a 3-meter radius of Xiaoyang, 3 pillars of water burst forth from beneath his feet with a bang, instantly condensing into a sphere that enveloped him entirely. With Ino's talent for ninjutsu cultivation, coupled with his own innate talent, Xiaoyang's practice and execution of ninjutsu couldn't possibly be more proficient. Trapped inside the water sphere, Sasuke panted heavily, staring at Xiaoyang outside with bloodshot eyes as he slapped against the water wall and roared, "Let me out." Xiaoyang squatted outside the water sphere, poking the water wall with his finger while making a face so obnoxious it could infuriate anyone to death. Hey, 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 can you calm down? The bells are no longer in my hands. Even if you beat me to death, you still won't pass the examination. Did you not listen clearly to the rules yourself? How could Sasuke inside the water sphere listen to such words? Right now, there was only one thought in his head: defeat Senju Xiaoyang. Prove himself. Thus, he forcibly formed hand seals with both hands, enduring immense pressure inside the water sphere as he roared, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A massive fireball spewed from Sasuke's mouth, exploding inside the water sphere. Water vapor scattered with a boom, and the entire water prison was forcefully blown apart. But because it was released in a confined space, Sasuke himself was blown into a disheveled mess. The hem of his clothing was scorched in patches, and a palm-sized area on his left arm was scalded red by the heat. Xiaoyang was choked by the steam and coughed repeatedly. Taking 2 steps back, he watched Sasuke walk out from the thick smoke with ragged clothes and a disheveled look, and couldn't help blurting out, "Holy crap, you're truly ruthless. I thought blowing oneself up like Master Li Qi was unbeatable, but I never expected you to be even bolder than him. Using a great fireball on yourself directly." Naruto shouted worriedly from the side, "Sasuke, are you alright? I don't need a loser like you to worry." Sasuke roared back without even turning his head, then lunged at Xiaoyang once more, his kunai stabbing straight for the throat. Instead of retreating, Xiaoyang advanced directly to meet him. "Welcome." He narrowed his eyes. After his strength was boosted, he had only sparred against Ino and Sakura in actual combat, and even then, he had used it gently. That wouldn't be necessary for Sasuke. This was just the right chance to properly test it out. His buffed limbs were as heavy and swift as if filled with molten iron, clashing head-on against Sasuke's kunai. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was sharp and piercing. Sasuke's entire right arm was jarred numb, the webbing between his thumb and index finger faintly splitting open, and his kunai almost flew out of his hand. His pupils shrank violently. Why is his strength so great? When they sparred with Xiaoyang at school before, their strengths were clearly about the same. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his Sharingan fully open, the double tomo spinning frantically as he barely managed to predict Xiaoyang's attack trajectory. He dodged sideways time and again, but no longer dared to take Xiaoyang's attacks head-on. The figures of the two crossed and collided on the training ground, the cold light of kunai and shuriken flashing incessantly. On the tree branches, Kakashi and Anko squatted side by side, their gazes fixed on the battle below to analyze the two's strength. Kakashi supported his chin with one hand. Their taijutsu is not bad. It's just that Senju Xiaoyang's strength is far too high compared to his peers. If Sasuke keeps going like this, he will definitely lose. Enko took a bite of a sticky rice dumpling and replied indistinctly, "More than just strength, the Senju clan's chakra reserves also far exceed those of the same tier. Only the chakra of someone from the Uzumaki clan like Uzumaki Naruto can rival it." Kakashi didn't respond, his gaze falling upon Xiaoyang with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Naruto gripped the bell, scratched his head, and turned to ask Sakura with an innocent look, "Sakura, don't the two of us already have bells? Why is Sasuke still fighting?" Sakura was staring tensely at the battle, and only when she saw Xiaoyang had the upper hand did she have the mind to reply, "Aiya. Are you stupid? Do you think Sasuke would give up this examination?" Naruto scratched his head upon hearing this. But hasn't Sasuke already given up right now? He isn't even contending for the bells anymore, right? Sasuke was locked in combat with Xiaoyang. Hearing these words, his whole body felt as if a basin of cold water had been dumped over his head, and his movements abruptly stiffened. He froze in place, looking down at his scorched clothes, and then looking at Senju Xiaoyang opposite him, who had his hands in his pockets and was watching him with a smiling expression. Then he remembered that Xiaoyang had said these exact words at the very beginning, but he hadn't listened. He had been blinded by anger and obsessed with the obsession to prove himself, getting led around and beaten by Xiaoyang like a fool. Sasuke's face sank little by little, ultimately turning thoroughly livid. You actually diverted my attention to exhaust my strength. You wanted to let this loser and your woman advance. The Senju clan is truly insidious. Xiaoyang looked at the furious Sasuke with a bewildered look on his face. What do you mean? Didn't I say that right from the beginning? Even if you kill me, it's useless. You just didn't listen properly, right? But in his heart, he couldn't help sighing. You really gotta hand it to Naruto's talk no jutsu. As soon as he opened his mouth, Urzuzi calmed down. Sasuke snorted coldly upon hearing this. When my examination is over, we'll fight again. Now. He pronounced each word clearly. The two of you, either give me a bell, or. Sasuke squeezed his numb right hand, the corners of his mouth lifting into a murderous sneer. Come at me together. Defeat the two of you early, and end this sooner. His tone was full of disdain, as if saying that even combined, the two of them weren't enough for him to fight. Naruto instantly blew his top. Sasuke, stop being so full of yourself. You can't even beat Xiaoyang alone, yet you dare look down on both of us. Sasuke sneered. A loser is a loser. Naruto's unyielding stubborn streak shot up instantly. He shoved the bell into his pocket and rapidly formed a cross seal with both hands in front of his chest. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang, 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 bang. A burst of white smoke exploded, and a dozen identical blonde-haired kids instantly appeared around Naruto, each striking the same posture and shouting in the same loud voice. Then let's show you the power of a loser. Sasuke's pupils shrank sharply. What? Why? He looked incredulously at the dozen-plus Narutos in front of him, the sneer on his face instantly freezing. That loser who couldn't even pass the clone technique test. When did he learn such an advanced ninjutsu? Sakura was also dumbfounded, her mouth slightly agape as she stood frozen in place clutching the bell. She never expected that Naruto, who had always been a loser, could instantly split into a dozen clones. Watching Naruto execute the multiple shadow clone jutsu, Xiaoyang felt a surge of envy. Later on, I definitely have to learn this jutsu, for picking up girls. Ah no wait, it's a powerful tool for cultivation. Why didn't I think of using shadow clones earlier too? Ahem ahem. Don't think dirty thoughts, it's just to enhance my strength. Meanwhile, watching Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto kill each other, Kakashi chuckled softly, a bit interesting. Transferring the conflict right off the bat, huh? Enko also understood Xiaoyang's intention, the corners of her mouth curving up slightly, yet she complained reproachfully. The conflict has indeed been directly transferred internally, and the two of them were successfully divided, but the method is truly crude. And with things like this, how could the two of them ever conceive the idea of cooperation again? Smoke filled the training ground as over a dozen of Naruto's shadow clones completely surrounded Sasuke, throwing punches, kicks, and headbutts. They used all sorts of moves, but there was no rhyme or reason to them. Trapped in the center, Sasuke's black pupils spun rapidly, displaying a single and a double tomo in each eye, making every Naruto look as though he were moving in slow motion. Dodging to the side, dipping his waist, and sliding his feet, he flicked out 3 shuriken. Puff, puff, puff. 3 shadow clones burst into puffs of white smoke on the spot. A sneer tugged at the corner of his mouth, a numbers game. A loser is a loser, no matter how many there are, it's just sending freebies. Naruto's face turned bright red with anger. Bullshit. I haven't even gotten serious yet. Xiaoyang watched from the side for a moment and had already made his judgment. Naruto's fighting style looked intimidating, but in reality, it was full of openings. Against a physical cheat like the Sharingan, he was basically just feeding warm-up experience to Sasuke. Thus, he silently took half a step back, strolled over to Sakura's side, and extended his right hand. Let's go, Sakura. It's going to be a while before those two decide a winner, so let's find some shade to hang out in. Sakura was stunned, subconsciously handing her hand over. Huh. But the assessment. What assessment? Xiaoyang led her toward the base of the tree, his tone like he was coaxing a child. Didn't we already get the bells? Then what are you still being assessed for? Sakura lowered her head to look at the bell in her hand, feeling that what he said made sense, yet somehow feeling something was off. However, before she could dwell on it, Xiaoyang dropped face down onto the grass and patted his back. Come, come, come. Last night's massage isn't finished yet. Let's continue, continue. Sakura's lingering doubt was instantly blasted into smithereens by the task of massaging Mr. Xiaoyang. She happily knelt by his side. You got it. Xiaoyang lay prone on the ground, squinting his eyes and humming in pure enjoyment. Right there. A bit harder, yeah, yeah, yeah. While humming, he retrieved the bell from Sakura's body, lifted it in front of his eyes to shake it, and curled his lips. Just a little trinket like this, what's so great about fighting over it? Don't you agree, Sakura? Sakura replied while kneading his shoulders. Exactly. We're already genin, yet he's still putting us through some assessment. Kakashi-sensei is really something. She was completely oblivious to the fact that her bell had once again returned to Xiaoyang's palm, and he casually stuffed it back into his own ninja tool pouch. The entire process was so fast that even the crows in the tree failed to catch it. Sakura was still massaging earnestly. Mr. Xiaoyang, lie properly, I'll massage your legs. Xiaoyang obediently flipped over to lie flat. Sakura knelt by his legs, her small hands beginning to knead and press on his calves with just the right amount of strength, making Xiaoyang sigh in comfort. Turning his face to the side, his gaze swept past the training ground and landed on the spot in the center where white smoke and flames intertwined, a subtle smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. The situation on the field was already clear. Sasuke used shuriken to force back Naruto's surrounding circle, then immediately raised his hand to execute the great fireball technique. The flames swept across, and the final 4 or 5 shadow clones instantly burst into white smoke. The moment the flames dissipated, Sasuke's figure was already right in front of Naruto, with a kunai resting directly on his shoulder. You lose. Sasuke caught his breath, a thin layer of sweat beading on his forehead, but the sneer on the corner of his mouth couldn't be concealed. Hand over the bell. Naruto gritted his teeth, his cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish, and his fists clenched tightly, but the icy sensation from the kunai at his neck forced him to resign himself to fate. Watching Naruto unwillingly reach into his chest to pull out the bell, Xiaoyang's mouth curved slightly. The time had come. He turned his face to look at Sakura, who was diligently massaging his shoulders, and sighed, his tone carrying a tiny hint of a guilty apology. Sakura, I'm sorry. Sakura's hand movements paused as she looked up in bewilderment. Huh? Mr. Xiaoyang, what did you say? When we get back tonight, I'll properly make it up to you. Before he could finish speaking, Xiaoyang delivered a precise chop with the side of his hand to the side of Sakura's neck. The force was just right, causing her eyes to roll back and her entire body to collapse softly into his arms. Xiaoyang looked down at the small face in his arms that still wore a happy smile from the massage, guiltily rubbed the spot where he had just delivered the chop, and muttered softly, can't help it, an assessment is an assessment. I'm only doing this for your own good, really. I am a person of the utmost integrity. He said this with complete and utter confidence, not feeling there was anything wrong with it at all. Meanwhile, in the center of the training ground, Naruto was unwillingly reaching into his chest with a disgruntled face, pulling out the silvery glowing bell, and throwing it near Sasuke's feet. Take it. Next time I'll definitely win. Just as a victor's sneer curled up the corner of Sasuke's mouth and he bent down to pick it up. Water release. Water prison technique. Splash. 6 pillars of water instantly burst from the ground, precisely enveloping both Naruto and Sasuke at the same time. The moment the water spheres closed in, the two of them didn't even have time to react. What? Senju Xiaoyang. Sasuke punched the water wall, but the water screen didn't move an inch. He abruptly turned his head to see Xiaoyang strolling over leisurely from beneath the big tree, holding 2 bells in his hand with a smile that could give someone a heart attack from anger. Xiaoyang bent down to pick up the dirt-stained bell from beside Sasuke's feet, carefully wiped it with his sleeve, then lifted it up to look at it against the sunlight. Not bad, shiny. He put the bell back into his ninja tool pouch, patted the pouch, and it made a crisp, tinkle, sound. Then he turned his head to look at the two people inside the water prison, smilingly holding up two fingers, a friendly reminder. Both of your chakra pools have hit rock bottom, right? Naruto was stunned, instinctively sensing his own chakra. The shadow clone technique had indeed consumed the vast majority of his chakra, and now his body felt completely hollow, like an emptied rice jar. Sasuke's expression was even uglier. Having continuously cast two great fireballs, his chakra was basically depleted. Trapped inside the water prison now, he didn't even have the strength to break free. He stared gloomily at Xiaoyang, his brain spinning at high speed as he finally connected all the pieces together. First giving Naruto the bell to provoke him and make them fight among themselves, then using the honey trap to trick Sakura into giving her bell back, and finally coming out to reap the rewards after he and Naruto had battered each other and depleted their chakra. The Senju clan really is sinister and cunning. Sasuke punched the water wall again, sending water splashing everywhere to no avail. If you've got the guts, fight me fair and square. Xiaoyang tilted his head to look at him with a face that screamed, "Are you kidding me? Ninjas aren't samurai. Who fights fair and square with you?" He paced around the water prison, poked the water wall with his finger, and added with a cheeky smirk, "Hey, you sound like a 3-year-old. Stand still and let me hit you. Aren't you being a bit childish?" Sasuke was biting down so hard his gums were about to bleed. If not for the water prison trapping him, he probably would have lunged forward to bite someone. Naruto's side was quiet for a few seconds. He stared unhappily at Xiaoyang, his voice muffled, "Xiaoyang. Aren't we brothers? You are just two." Hearing these words, Xiaoyang paused in his steps, and the cheeky expression on his face restrained slightly. He turned around, looked at Naruto in the water prison, and his tone became unusually serious. "Yeah, we are brothers." He walked up to Naruto's water prison, squatted down, and looked eye to eye with Naruto. "Because of that, I have to take the bells back from Sasuke's hands. If I hadn't made a move, the bells would already be in his hands, and you wouldn't even have a second chance." Naruto opened his mouth, but swallowed the words back down. He lowered his head and thought about it. It really seemed to be the case. If Xiaoyang hadn't trapped them with the water prison, Sasuke would have already walked away with the bells, leaving him with no hope of a comeback. "Then Mr. Xiaoyang, can you still give the bells to me? Let me fight Sasuke again, this time I definitely." Naruto looked at Xiaoyang with anticipation, little stars practically sparkling in his eyes. "No." Xiaoyang interrupted him decisively, placing his hands on his hips, his expression as serious as a Hokage meeting. "Brothers are brothers, and rules are rules. It was already unprecedented to open a back door for you once, open it again. Then where would I put my face as a brother? How can I get by in Konoha in the future?" Naruto's mouth opened and opened again, completely tripped up by his crooked logic and unable to find a word to refute. Sasuke sneered inside the water prison. "Hey, you idiot, can't you tell by now that you've been tricked by him?" Hearing this, a flash of doubt appeared in Naruto's eyes. Xiaoyang ignored him completely, tilting his head back to shout directly at the sky, "Enko-sensei. The mission is complete." None of the three of them got the bells. Before his voice faded, with two, swish, swish, sounds, Enko and Kakashi had already landed in the center of the training ground. Kakashi looked at the situation on the field with a disappointed expression. He had already expected them to lose when he saw Sasuke and Naruto split up. He just didn't expect Xiaoyang to win so simply, practically defeating Team 7 bloodlessly without giving them a single chance to fight back. Enko, however, looked at Xiaoyang with an appreciative expression. "Not bad, truly the student I brought up, you've got a bit of my style." Seeing Enko attributing all of Xiaoyang's awesomeness to herself, the corner of Xiaoyang's mouth twitched slightly. However, constrained by strength, he could only accompany her with a smiling face. That's right, that's right. Without Enko-sensei, how could I be this awesome?" Seeing Xiaoyang giving her so much face, Enko's mouth was practically curling up to the sky. "Alright, Kakashi, our mission is over. Leave the rest of the matters to you, we'll be leaving first. Hearing this, Kakashi nodded silently. He was silent for 2 seconds, obvious disappointment in his eyes. Sasuke lost such a huge face in front of Kakashi and exploded on the spot, slamming his fist against the water wall. I refuse to accept this. If you have the ability, let's do it again. Xiaoyang turned his head to glance at him, his expression identical to looking at an idiot, and without replying a single word, he took off his jacket, walked over, and draped it over Sakura, his movements quite gentle. Enko watched this scene from behind with a very bizarre expression. She couldn't help thinking inwardly, he is quite powerful, but also quite vicious, using a honey trap against his own little girlfriend. This was her first time seeing it. Xiaoyang walked back, just about to say goodbye to Kakashi. The assessment is not over yet. Naruto let out a sudden roar, pressing his hands together with a slap, multiple shadow clone technique. In the next second, a cloud of white smoke exploded with bang 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 sounds inside the small water prison, dozens of Narutos crowding together inside simultaneously, and the water prison was directly blown to pieces. With a splash sound, water scattered everywhere, and immediately afterward, the entire training ground was instantly covered with Narutos. On the trees, on the ground, on the rocks, figures of that blonde-haired kid were everywhere. Furthermore, on the body of every shadow clone, a faint layer of crimson chakra seeped out, shrouding them like a thin mist. Kakashi's pupils shrank violently, his gaze instantly turning sharp. He quickly confirmed Naruto's state and found it wasn't a nine-tailed rampage, whereupon he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Enko drew a sharp breath, looking at the dense army of Narutos before her, and her mouth twitched. This kid, his chakra is at a beastly level, right? However, she quickly noticed the difference in Naruto's chakra and narrowed her eyes. Xiaoyang stood in the center of the field, looking around. Everywhere his gaze reached was Naruto, dense like locusts crossing the border, numbering at least a few hundred. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his first thought in his head being, no way, later I've got to get a tailed beast to act as a power bank. But this thought only flashed for half a second, because he noticed that the hundreds of Narutos had all turned towards him in unison, each grinning with a foolish smile that seemed to say, sorry, brother. Xiaoyang's scalp tingled, and he hurriedly shouted to Kakashi, hey, hey, hey. Kakashi-sensei. Isn't the assessment over? Doesn't this count as cheating? Kakashi was silent for a second, then turned his head to look at Anko. Anko also turned her head to look at Kakashi. The two looked at each other for a fraction of a second, and as if practicing in advance, they both disappeared from the spot with a swish. Xiaoyang looked at the empty branches and was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Are the two of you playing with me? I even bamboozled my own wife in exchange for this victory. Before he finished speaking, 6 or 7 Narutos were already howling and rushing up. Naruto, are you playing for real? Xiaoyang formed hand seals rapidly with both hands. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A thick earth wall rose from the ground, temporarily blocking the shadow clones charging straight at him. But the footsteps on the other side of the wall went, thump, 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 like beating a drum, sounding like much more than 7 or 8 people. Xiaoyang gritted his teeth. There was no time for hand seals, it had to be this way. Xiaoyang turned his palms upward, and chakra began to rotate and compress within his palms. An azure blue light orb rapidly formed. Kakashi, sitting on a distant tree branch, saw this starting posture. The fingers holding Make Out Paradise tightened abruptly, and his entire body visibly stiffened. For the first time, those dead fish eyes lacked laziness, replaced instead by shock and disbelief. That is Rasengan. Xiaoyang shouted loudly, and the rotating ball of chakra in his palm directly slammed into the dozen or so Narutos rushing from both sides bypassing the earth wall. With a boom, shockwaves scattered in all directions, and the dozen or so shadow clones instantly exploded into white smoke, along with half of the earth wall being collapsed by the aftershock. But there was not a trace of joy on Xiaoyang's face. Because those dozen shadow clones were merely a drop in the ocean of Naruto's army. Even more Narutos were still surging over from a distance, a dark mass of them like ants moving houses. Xiaoyang looked at that overwhelming blonde-haired legion, and his face turned green. I finally know why nobody is willing to fight Naruto. If they can't beat you, they'll disgust you to death. He condensed chakra once more, this time abandoning compression to directly expand the volume of the Rasengan with all his might. The power didn't need to be too great, but the range definitely had to be large. Big Ball Rasengan. A blue light orb twice the size of Xiaoyang himself appeared in his hands. He kicked off with one foot, soared into the air, and smashed it fiercely toward the place where the shadow clones were densest. Rumble. The massive chakra shockwave swept across the entire field, 100 or so shadow clones exploding simultaneously, white smoke billowing like fog. When the smoke dissipated, only 30 or 50 Narutos were still standing on the field. Without a word after landing, Xiaoyang drew his kunai and quickly poked those few remaining fish into white smoke. Then he propped himself up by his knees, panting heavily, sweat from his forehead dripping down his chin. Chakra. It had bottomed out. He finally raised his head to scan the entire field, and then froze. Where were there still any shadows of Sasuke and Sakura in the middle of the field? Only the white smoke left behind after those 3 or 5 shadow clones exploded was still drifting. What the fool? Xiaoyang patted his forehead. Naruto, you've learned to be bad. Using shadow clones to drain my chakra and making a feint to rescue them. On the tree branch, Enko looked at this scene, the corner of her mouth couldn't help curling up. Not bad, that blonde-haired kid's brain actually works pretty well. Kakashi didn't take up the conversation. His gaze was locked tightly on Xiaoyang all along, his brows furrowed imperceptibly, his heart churning like stormy seas. Rasengan. That jutsu, he would definitely not misidentify it. The Rasengan developed by the 4th Hokage, Minato-sensei, besides Lord Jiraiya, almost no one else knew it. Where did Senju Xiaoyang learn it from? Who taught him? Kakashi looked at the panting youth with hands on his hips below, countless guesses spinning in his head, yet unable to catch a single one. Xiaoyang sighed as he looked at the empty field at this moment. Great, from now on with Sakura, I probably won't even be able to swipe out a shared bicycle. Sighing, Xiaoyang didn't dare to continue exposing himself here. He hurriedly flashed a few times and hid into the dense forest. After concealing himself, he began to restore his own chakra. Fortunately, the Senju clan's chakra capacity and recovery speed were top tier to begin with, plus Xiaoyang's ninjutsu cultivation talent was doubled. The concentration of chakra naturally doubled as well. Therefore, in just half an hour, Xiaoyang had recovered his chakra. Meanwhile, Sakura also woke up in a daze. Huh? Where is this? Where is Xiaoyang? Sasuke, who was restoring his chakra, heard these words and let out a disgruntled cold snort. HMPH, you still have the face to say that. That evil Senju clan has already snatched back the bells that were just given to you in Naruto. Hearing this, a flash of absent-mindedness appeared in Sakura's eyes. How is this possible? How could Mr. Xiaoyang treat me like this? Sakura hadn't recovered from the blow of being chopped unconscious by a hand blade from Xiaoyang, but Sasuke had already regained his composure. His Sharingan had already been retracted, but his expression still stank like someone owed him 3 years of mission pay. Sasuke crossed his arms, his tone cold and hard yet uncharacteristically devoid of mockery. Both Naruto and I have fought Xiaoyang alone. The result is obvious. In single combat, neither of us is his match, and we can only fight to a draw. The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched, and he mentally complained frantically, was that a draw? That was called being pinned to the ground and rubbed, alright. Where did a draw come from? But looking at Sasuke's Tsunere face that said, I say it's a draw, so it's a draw, he very tactfully swallowed his words back. Sasuke continued, therefore, there is only one way to get the bells from his hands. Cooperation. Sakura finally snapped out of it, recalling the scene where she had the bells pilfered by Xiaoyang after being given a service massage, and the fire in her chest blazed up again with a whoosh. That's right. How dare he lie to me? I must teach him a lesson. She clenched her fists, 2 small flames burning in her green eyes. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged a glance, their expressions surprisingly identical. With just that bit of combat power of yours, if Xiaoyang hadn't held back from hitting you hard, you wouldn't even be able to touch the hem of his clothes. But neither of them spoke those words out loud. Naruto scratched his head, suddenly thinking of a key issue. Hey, but there are only 2 bells. Once we snatch them back, how do we divide them? As soon as those words came out, the three of them fell silent at the same time. Sasuke frowned deeply, Sakura bit her lip, and Naruto looked left and right, the atmosphere momentarily so awkward that you could hear distant crows cawing. In the end, Sakura spoke up first. I think, this should be Kakashi-sensei's final examination. 3 people, 2 bells, he just wants to see how we handle this problem. She paused. Although Xiaoyang's strength is formidable, he definitely can't withstand the 3 of us joining forces. So what Kakashi-sensei truly wants to test isn't who is strong in single combat, but rather teamwork. Sasuke picked up the thread, a flash of understanding passing through his eyes. How to divide them after winning the bells is the real test. Naruto slapped his thigh, his face written large with the 4 characters, I see now. Then as long as we defeat Xiaoyang and snatch the bells, all 3 of us will be able to pass, right? Although no one dared to be 100% sure, all 3 of them shared the same guess in their hearts. Thus, for the very first time in the history of Team 7, they unanimously passed the decision to join forces and cooperate, squatting on the grass and starting to chatter away as they deployed their tactics. You outflank from the left, I'll launch a feint attack from the front. Naruto, you use Shadow Clone to disrupt his vision. Sakura, you're responsible for flank support and luring Xiaoyang to distract him. The 3 of them put their heads together, sticking close, drawing back and forth on the ground with twigs, planning it out like the real deal. And what they didn't know was that right in the canopy of the tree above their heads, Enko was squatting on a branch, tilting her head to watch the 3 little heads gathered together chattering away under the tree, the corners of her mouth curling into a satisfied arc. Then she appeared before Xiaoyang with a swish. Xiaoyang was leaning against the base of another tree panting to recover his chakra, when suddenly a face appeared before him, scaring him so much he almost threw away the kunai in his hand. Holy shit. Enko-sensei, can you please stop being so elusive? Enko crossed her arms, bent over, and arched an eyebrow at him. Your mission has been completed ahead of schedule. Those 3 brats have already started discussing how to team up to beat you, not a bad awareness. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up, and on the spot, he wanted to pat his butt and leave. Does that mean I can pull back? The mission is done, right? As he spoke, he backed away, his posture looking as if he had smeared oil on the soles of his feet. Enko saw right through his little thoughts, and leaning in with a wicked smile. What? Afraid to face your little girlfriend? Afraid she'll come looking for you to settle accounts? Xiaoyang's face darkened. That's called a strategic retreat, not fear. Oh, a strategic retreat. Enko deliberately drew out the end of her voice, smiling until her eyes narrowed into slits, then retreat away, but the Anbu just came to report that Sandaime Hokage wants to see you. Xiaoyang's heart gave a thump, but outwardly he remained calm and just nodded. He had long known that Hiruzen Sarutobi would keep an eye on the commotion here. With 3 genin of special identities gathered together, it would be strange if the Hokage wasn't watching. Presumably, it was to ask about his Rasengan, but he wasn't afraid of outsiders knowing about this matter. After all, what Xiaoyang was displaying now was precisely to make it convenient to use it publicly in the future. Alright, then over here. He pointed in the direction of the training ground. If I leave, who are they going to fight? Enko didn't speak, just snapped her fingers. The next second, Kakashi had silently appeared beside them, shoved Make Out Paradise into his backpack, and then formed hand seals with both hands. Transformation technique. As the white smoke cleared, another, Senju Xiaoyang, stood beside Enko, imitating even the wretched smile on his face to the life. Xiaoyang's eyelid twitched at the sight, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching, but immediately afterwards, his eyes rolled, and he thought of a plan to persuade Sakura. So he quickly spoke up. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Enko-sensei. He grabbed Enko's sleeve and walked off, his eager energy as if he were rushing to be reincarnated. Enko was dragged along by him for a few steps, looked back at the direction of the training ground, then glanced at the back of Xiaoyang's head, smiling without a word. Half an hour later, Xiaoyang walked out of the Hokage office and let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, Hiruzen Sarutobi had indeed asked him about the Rasengan. That old man sat kindly behind the desk, blue smoke curling from his pipe, asking questions as if it were nothing, but Xiaoyang could feel that the gaze behind those spectacle lenses was as bright as razor blades. However, Xiaoyang had already thought of an excuse beforehand. The excuse was also very direct, pushing it straight onto his long-deceased father, saying that because the fourth Hokage was developing the Rasengan, he had sought out his father, who was proficient in elemental attribute transformation. After all, the Rasengan was just a not fully developed ninjutsu, and true ninjutsu required the addition of chakra's attribute transformation. Therefore, this reason also gained Hiruzen Sarutobi's approval. Afterward, after showing some concern for Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang followed Enko to the mission hall to settle the mission reward. Wait, wait, wait. He grabbed Enko's wrist, his face plastered with a look of, "Are you kidding me? Enko-sensei. You squatted in the tree from start to finish eating just 3 sticks of sweet rice dumplings, what right do you have to take half of the commission?" Enko didn't even raise her head, her fingers continuing to fly as she counted the banknotes, speaking righteously, "As a ninja, you don't even know the rules. The team leader Jonin takes half the commission, this is Konoha's ironclad rule. Your teacher here took you on as a disciple, gave you guidance, gave you opportunities, gave you, well, anyway, it's supposed to be deducted. What have you given me?" Xiaoyang almost jumped up. "Other than a flick on the forehead, all you've given me is hidden shadow snake hands." After counting a stack, Enko finally raised her eyes to grace him with a look. Alright, stop howling, let's go." Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly reached out and pulled a few more bills from the other half of the commission that Xiaoyang hadn't managed to stuff into his pocket yet, her movements as fast as the body flicker technique. Xiaoyang looked down at the banknotes in his hand that had suddenly become half as thin, his facial expression extremely colorful. What is this excuse for this time? Enko looked solemn, hands on her hips, her chin slightly raised. Yesterday's barbecue was put on your tab. Now I've paid it for you, deducting it from your commission is completely reasonable. Xiaoyang stared at the few pitiful banknotes in his hand, then looked at the thick stack in front of Enko, was silent for 2 seconds, and then squatted down like a deflated ball. So after me bustling about all morning, I earned a whole bunch of nothing. You can't put it that way. Enko actually had the nerve to squat down and pat his shoulder. You've earned your teacher's recognition, and that's priceless. Xiaoyang. He looked up at Enko's righteous face, then looked down at the few coins in his hand, his mental notepad already turning to the next page. Teacher Enko owes me barbecue money, withheld task commission, plus emotional distress damages times 3. Just wait. Later on, I'll make you pay it back with interest, kneeling down. Perhaps her conscience finally poked its head out a little, as Enko sluggishly pulled a crumpled 1,000 yen banknote from her stack of money and handed it to Xiaoyang. Here, don't say your teacher isn't sentimental. Take it for pocket money. Xiaoyang looked down at that 1,000 yen, then looked back up at the thick stack in Enko's hand, comparing the thickness ratio, the corners of his mouth twitching like he had Parkinson's. 1,000. Are you shooing away a beggar? He snorted, putting his hands behind his back, raising his chin higher than the sky. I don't want it. Consider this money as savings for your bride price. Thud. A forehead flick landed right on schedule. Ouch. Xiaoyang covered his head and squatted down, baring his teeth in pain. Enko withdrew her hand and leisurely stuffed that 1,000 yen note back into her pocket. In your dreams. You want to marry me with just 1,000 yen. At the very least, it has to be multiplied by 10,000 times, right? After saying that, she lowered her head to continue counting money, the smile at the corner of her mouth impossible to hide. Xiaoyang squatted on the ground rubbing his forehead, looking at Enko's miserly look of "I count money therefore I am happy," rolled his eyes, and muttered softly, "Little miser. What did you say?" "Nothing. I said teacher, you're really pretty." Enko contentedly gave a, put the money away, patted her hands and stood up. Alright, the money matter is water under the bridge. Let's talk business. I promised you that as long as the evaluation mission is completed, I'll teach you a ninjutsu that I know. Your previous performance was not bad. Tell me, what do you want to learn? Xiaoyang's eyes lit up, and he immediately spoke. I want to learn Sha. The words reached his lips, but Xiaoyang paused once again. That's not right. He could completely go find Naruto to learn the shadow clone himself, completely unnecessary to waste this opportunity. Thus, Xiaoyang hurriedly took back his words. Shadow what? Want to learn the shadow clone. Although this ninjutsu is a B-rank ninjutsu, it is indeed a good ninjutsu for gathering intelligence. If you want to learn it, I can teach you. Enko spoke indifferently. After all, the shadow clone is not the multiple shadow clone, nor is it a forbidden jutsu, so there are no teaching restrictions. Xiaoyang hurriedly shook his head. Forget about the shadow clone. I currently still lack some offensive ninjutsu, so I want to learn something that greatly boosts combat, the fierce kind. Enko narrowed her eyes and looked at him for a few seconds, not exposing his clumsy topic change, but instead thinking seriously, something that greatly boosts combat. She stroked her chin and thought for a long time, then suddenly her gaze condensed, as if she had made some kind of decision. Then you only have one choice. Xiaoyang curiously leaned in. What? Enko didn't answer directly, instead turning and walking towards the door. Come home with me. It's not convenient to talk on the way home. Xiaoyang was stunned, his mind instantly flashing through 800 unhealthy images, but his footsteps had already very honestly followed along. Alrighty. Passing through several alleys along the way, Xiaoyang quickly recalled Enko's fighting style in the anime. It seemed to be snake-type secret techniques similar to Orochimaru's. Hidden shadow snake hands, snake shadow clone, twin snakes mutual death. Thinking about it is pretty cool. We're here. Enko stopped in front of an ordinary wooden door and pulled out a key. With a click, she unlocked it. Come in, I'm the only one at home. Xiaoyang followed into the courtyard. Enko didn't care about Xiaoyang, walking straight into the room on the left, and with a bang, shut the door, obviously not meaning for him to follow. Xiaoyang stood in the courtyard and looked around. It was a rather small courtyard, with a crooked-necked tree planted in the corner, and a string of wind chimes hanging on the tree, tinkling in the breeze. A few pots of flowers were placed on the windowsill, completely mismatched with Enko's personal style. Seeing this small courtyard, Xiaoyang's mind was already starting to calculate. 5 million yen a month, might as well spend it since you have it. Later on, he had to get a big house, at least one with 5 bedrooms starting out. Otherwise, when wives and kids swarm in later, you couldn't make them sleep squeezed together, right? Thinking this, Xiaoyang's feet had already very naturally taken off his shoes and wandered around inside the house. After all, being a newcomer, one has to get familiar with the environment, right? He casually pulled open a door and peeked inside, his eyes instantly lighting up. Holy shit! A bedroom! Xiaoyang stealthily poked his head in to look. The door of the room Enko had crawled into earlier was still tightly shut, obviously with no intention of coming out. The corner of his mouth hooked up, and his steps slid gently inside. I wonder if teacher Enko has been single for so many years, and if there are any unmentionable secrets hidden in her bedroom. When he said this, his expression was as lewd as a perverted uncle peeking at a young girl's diary, but his hands were actually quite well behaved, not rummaging around randomly, just looking around. As a result, his gaze fell on a wooden photo frame, and he froze. In the photo, Enko looked to be around his age now, at most 13 or 14, smiling with an innocent and brilliant expression, her twin ponytails fluttering in the wind, completely lacking the fierce vibe of, this lady can shatter your skull with one punch, that she has now. And the man standing next to her. Long black hair, pale skin, a gentle yet impossible to hide chilly smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru. He stared at that face for a few seconds, a thought spinning rapidly in his mind. Good grief, speaking of which, would this make him Orochimaru's grand disciple? Orochimaru really had quite a deep bond with the Senju clan, his partner was Tsunade, His disciple was Nawaki, and now the grand disciple had fallen onto his own head. Who knows if Orochimaru would directly send people to tie him up and take him to the laboratory for slicing and research if he found out about this relationship. After all, apart from Yakushi Kabuto, it seemed all of Orochimaru's disciples were test subjects for experiments. While he was lost in thought, a calm exclamation suddenly came from behind. This is my teacher. Konoha's most genius ninja, and also the most fallen rogue ninja, Orochimaru. Xiaoyang felt a chill down his spine and spun around abruptly. Enko had come out at some unknown point and was standing at the doorway, holding a cup of tea in her hand. Her gaze fell upon that photo frame, carrying a complex emotion in her tone. Anger, hatred, and a trace of something Xiaoyang couldn't quite put his finger on, as if it was being pulled by something and couldn't be let go. Xiaoyang immediately put on a serious face, his survival instinct maxed out. Sorry. I didn't know this was your bedroom, I just wanted to find a place to take a bath, really. Enko withdrew her gaze and glanced at him. That trace of complex emotion flashed past and vanished, reverting to her usual slovenly appearance. Alright, stop pretending to be well behaved here. After you finish learning this ninjutsu, teacher will take you to soak in the hot springs. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up with a swish. Really? You mean mixed gender bathing? Enko raised an eyebrow, bent down and leaned close to him, her nose almost touching his face, with a smile at the corners of her mouth that made one's spine chill. Oh. You really want a mixed-gender bath? Forced back by this oppressive aura, Xiaoyang shrank back a little and hurriedly waved his hands righteously. No. I mean soaking with teacher alone is no problem, just to foster our master-apprentice bond, you see. There are too many people in a mixed bath, I hate the crowd. Privacy. Privacy is very important. Enko straightened her back and rolled her eyes in annoyance. Stop chattering nonsense and come with me. This ninjutsu is no joke. If you want to learn my set of secret techniques, you must first pass this trial. Following her to the living room, Xiaoyang immediately saw a scroll about a meter long placed on the table, half unrolled. The paper surface was yellowish, and 3 forceful, vigorous characters were written on it in ink. Ruchi Cave. Xiaoyang's pupils constricted. Summoning scroll. Enko raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise in her tone. Yo, quite knowledgeable, aren't you? She walked to the table and brushed her fingers along the edge of the scroll. That's right, this is the summoning scroll of Ruchi Cave, one of the 3 sacred lands. All of my ninjutsu, aside from fire release, are basically snake-related secret techniques learned from Orochimaru. In you, she turned to look at Xiaoyang, your chakra attributes are water, earth, and lightning, so the only path I have to enhance your combat power is through secret techniques. Xiaoyang scratched his head. But what do secret techniques have to do with the summoning scroll? Enko didn't answer, directly raising her hand to form a hand seal. Secret technique, hidden shadow snake hands. Over a dozen snakes crawled out from her cuffs with a swish. Each one was lively, darting out their tongues and winding back and forth around her arms. This time they didn't pounce directly at Xiaoyang, but instead coiled around Enko's arms like pets. Xiaoyang stared at those wriggling snakes for 2 seconds, and the cord in his brain snapped into place. Hearing this, Xiaoyang became thoughtful, and then his eyes lit up. Understand. Enko watched the change in Xiaoyang's gaze and chuckled as she spoke. Hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded. Could it be that the medium for these secret techniques is the summoning technique? Hearing this, Enko revealed a look of approval. Your brain really works well, truly worthy of being my student. As she spoke, Enko ignored the slight twitch at the corner of Xiaoyang's mouth, directly withdrawing the ninjutsu, and the snakes burrowed back into her cuffs and disappeared. That's right, the execution of these secret techniques all require relying on the summoning technique to summon the snake swarm of Ruchi Cave to complete. Hearing this, Xiaoyang came to a sudden realization. I see, so these snakes are all alive. I thought they were all formed from chakra. Hearing this, Enko chuckled. How could that be? Your thought is truly too naive, if you hadn't kept staring at my chest. Then you should have noticed earlier that the snakes hanging you from the tree were all alive. Hearing Enko's such blunt words, Xiaoyang couldn't help blushing and coughed lightly. Cough cough cough, what is teacher talking about? Seriously, when did I? Keep staring. Looking at his eager look, Enko couldn't help laughing, and then began to explain in detail the hand seal sequence of the summoning technique and the way to mobilize chakra. With the blessing of the dual learning talents of commoner genius and daughter of a ninja clan, Xiaoyang's comprehension was ridiculously fast. Once Enko explained it, he understood. Once demonstrated, he could replicate 80% of it. Theoretical knowledge was absorbed like a sponge, and whenever Enko raised a concept, he could deduce 3 more questions from it. Having explained for less than half an hour, watching Xiaoyang already able to draw the chakra circulation path of the summoning technique more standardly than a textbook, Enko couldn't help sighing inwardly. A genius and an ordinary person are indeed not the same species. All right, you learned much faster than I thought. Enko finally interrupted his enthusiastic hand seal simulation movements. Now, bite your hand. Xiaoyang was stunned. What for? Sign. Enko used her finger to point at the blank area at the end of the scroll. Use your blood to sign the 4 characters Senju Xiaoyang, and press your handprint. Looking at the yellowish scroll in front of him, Orochimaru's cold and gloomy smiling face flashed through Xiaoyang's mind in an instant, followed by the painful experience of being hung on a tree by snakes and spinning around in circles. But he only hesitated for half a second before neatly biting his index finger, writing his name on the scroll, and pressing his handprint along the way. The bright red blood characters fell onto the yellowish paper surface, faintly emitting a layer of imperceptible dim light, which then dimmed again as if absorbed by the scroll itself. Watching those 4 blood characters of his on the scroll being slowly absorbed by the paper, leaving almost no ink traces behind, Xiaoyang felt quite pleased inside, thinking that his identity as a summoner was already a done deal. As a result, Enko's next sentence stunned him for a moment. Congratulations, Senju Xiaoyang. From now on, you can also be considered qualified to enter Ruchi Cave. Qualified to enter. Xiaoyang tilted his head to look at her, his brain spinning fast. No wait, according to the training process, shouldn't I try summoning a snake out to take a stroll after signing my name? My chakra is all ready, and my hand is bitten. Enko sat down on the cushion, resting her chin on one hand, lifted her chin at him, with a smile implying that he was too young. Then why don't you try it? Try it then. Without another word, Xiaoyang rubbed the blood stains evenly across his palms and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Boar dog rooster monkey ram. Summoning technique. Poof. A puff of white smoke exploded. Xiaoyang's palms were empty underneath. Let alone a snake, not even a single scale of a snake was seen. The carpet was spotless, without leaving even a snake mark. The air fell silent for 3 seconds. That's it. Xiaoyang looked down at his empty palms, his expression comparable to Urzuzi when his bell was snatched. Even with the 9-tailed interfering, Naruto could summon that tadpole, right? With his ninjutsu cultivation bonuses, it was impossible that he couldn't summon anything at all, right? So he unconvincingly opened his mouth to question, I've already signed the contract. Is Ruchi Cave having bad internet connection? Enko laughed until her waist bent, leaning sideways on the cushion, hitting the floor with laughter. Ha 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 ha, you think the summoning technique is buying groceries? You can pick up the goods immediately after signing your name. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyang's face turned green from her laughter. Then you better explain it to me. What on earth does this qualification of mine mean? Enko finally stopped laughing, wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes, and straightened her body. Ruchi Cave is different from other summoning contracts. Signing the contract only represents that you have submitted your visiting card to Ruchi Cave, and your blood being absorbed by the scroll only means the White Snake Sage permits you to head to Ruchi Cave. But whether those snakes recognize you and are willing to be summoned by you depends on your own ability. Hearing this, Xiaoyang's frowned eyebrows slowly relaxed, vaguely recalling the plot he had watched in his past life. Boruto. When Xiaoyang first wanted to watch it, the internet was full of complaints saying things like taking a shit is more epic than it, as well as complaints about Naruto and Sasuke being severely nerfed. So after seeing that, Xiaoyang indeed chose not to watch it. And then he heard that later on, even a dog would have to apologize to Boruto. So Xiaoyang started watching it again, but the early slice of life plot was truly pathetic, so he basically binge-watched it at 5x speed. This also led to Xiaoyang not being very familiar with the plot of Ruchi Cave. He seemed to remember that Boruto apparently summoned a snake with reverse scales or something. Ram monkey rooster dog boar. Enko was already forming hand seals at lightning speed. Reverse summoning technique. Bang! A burst of white smoke exploded, and Xiaoyang only felt his feet go empty and the world spinning. His whole body felt like it had been stuffed into a front-loading washing machine and spun 3 times. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing in a pitch-black, deep cave. The air was damp and cold, carrying a faint fishy sweet scent. His feet stepped on the slippery stone wall, and the sound of water droplets falling overhead echoed in the empty space. Drip, drop, drip. Sound after sound, it made one's scalp tingle. Xiaoyang stood in place and adapted for a long while before recovering from the dizziness of being thrown by the summoning technique. Teacher Anko. Is this Ruchi Cave? He reached out forward to feel around, but couldn't touch anything. The surroundings were as dark as if ink had been splashed. Enko's voice came from the darkness, carrying a trace of unapparent amusement. This is not Ruchi Cave yet. If you want to enter Ruchi Cave, you must first pass the assessment set by Ruchi Cave. 3 major trials. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. Then, what if I don't pass? If you had groped your way here on your own, failing would mean being devoured by a swarm of snakes, leaving not even your bones behind. Xiaoyang's entire body visibly stiffened. Not even bones left. He wanted to turn around and leave right then and there. No matter how awesome the summoning technique was, it wasn't as important as his own life. He hadn't even married 10 wives yet. But Enko immediately added, however, rest assured, since you signed the summoning scroll, it's equivalent to presenting a calling card. Failing the contract will only get you chased out, the swarm of snakes won't touch you. Enko's hand rested on his shoulder, warm and soft, carrying a comforting meaning. After all, anyone who can sign the scroll is part of our lineage, and Ruchi Cave will give us some face. After all, Ruchi Cave also needs us to expand their influence for them. Only then did Xiaoyang's hanging heart drop back down with a clack, and he returned to his usual slick and cheeky self. His hand quietly slid over, taking the opportunity to pinch Enko's fingers resting on his shoulder. That's good, that's good. I was still worried that if I got eaten by snakes, wouldn't it be impossible to take teacher as my wife? Enko exasperatedly slapped the back of his hand. You have no decency. If you keep this up, do you believe I'll throw you into the snake pit right now? Hee, I won't say any more, I won't say any more. Xiaoyang withdrew his hand, still reminiscing about that delicate touch just now in his heart. Enko withdrew her smile, her tone becoming a bit more serious. Alright, next, close your eyes, silently chant the name of Ruchi Cave in your heart, and follow your instincts. Follow my instincts. Xiaoyang scratched his head. What kind of feeling? The feeling of a stir in your heart. Enko patted his shoulder. Remember, no matter what you see later, your resolve must be firm, and don't be affected by anything. Xiaoyang's heart tightened, engraving these words into his brain. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to silently chant in his heart. Ruchi Cave, Ruchi Cave, Ruchi Cave. Not knowing how many times he had chanted, a subtle pulling force suddenly appeared in the darkness, as if an invisible thread was gently tugging at his chest, leading him to take a step in a certain direction. Xiaoyang opened his eyes and began to walk forward following that feeling. The surroundings were still pitch black, and nothing could be seen. The soles of his feet were damp, slippery, and uneven, so he could only walk slowly and carefully. Fortunately, Enko had been supporting his shoulder the whole time, that hand as steady as a rock, making him feel much more at ease. After walking for who knows how long, Xiaoyang had already grown accustomed to this darkness, and his pace gradually steadied. Then, he turned a corner. Before his eyes, it suddenly lit up. A magnificent and resplendent palace abruptly appeared before him, with flying eaves, glazed tile roofs, and carved beams and painted pillars. It was brightly lit as if celebrating the new year, forming an extremely stark contrast with the gloomy and dim surrounding caves. Above the main entrance of the palace hung a huge plaque, with gilded characters written in a vigorous and fluid style. Ruchi Cave. Xiaoyang looked at the palace before him, which was even more luxurious than the Hokage building, his mouth forming an O shape. Goodness. Is Ruchi Cave this rich? How much money would this decoration cost? While he was tilting his head up to look at the plaque, the hand on his shoulder suddenly let go. Xiaoyang turned his head. Anko was already gone. He called out, "Teacher Anko," twice in place, the sound spinning a few times in the empty cave before being swallowed by the darkness without a single echo. It seems I can only walk the rest by myself. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and checked his ninja tool pouch, kunai, shuriken. After finishing the check, he strode toward the palace, his steps firm, but the kunai in his hand had already been silently clenched tightly. Just as he walked to the front of the grand doors, the two gilded doors creaked open on their own. Xiaoyang's nerves instantly tightened, kunai held horizontally across his chest, ready to throw it out at any moment. Then a figure walked out from behind the door. Xiaoyang's eyes quickly swept from top to bottom. White clothes, long hair, a golden crown, an emerald green magatama pendant hanging on her chest, skin as white as moonlight, and facial features so exquisite she didn't look real. Between her brows and eyes carried an indescribable temperament combining coldness and allure. The young girl stood inside the door, tilting her head slightly as she looked at him, the corners of her mouth curved into a half-smile arc, her voice as crisp as jade stones striking each other. "You must be Lord Senju Xiaoyang, right? I have been waiting for you for a long time, welcome to Ruchi Cave." Saying this, she bowed slightly to Xiaoyang in salute. Xiaoyang's eyes snapped wide open. Goodness, the hospitality specifications of Ruchi Cave were far better than those of Mount Myoboku. At the very least, the beautiful receptionist was beyond reproach. But the next moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared before Xiaoyang's eyes again. Tagetsuhime, Snake Woman. Faction. Ruchi Cave. Grade. Gold. Abilities. 1. Senjutsu Learning Ability plus 50% 2. Genjutsu Seduction Genjutsu Talent plus 60% 3. Sage Body Special Bonus. Special Bonus. Sage Body 30% probability of offspring obtaining the Sage Body upon birth. Seeing this, Xiaoyang looked again at Tagetsuhime before him, who had a curvaceous figure and fair skin, and he instantly froze. Xiaoyang's gaze seemed glued to Tagetsuhime, unable to be peeled off no matter what. The vigilant assessment warning system in his head was still buzzing away. But his eyes disobediently slid up and down her curvaceous figure again and again, from the magatama pendant to her slender waist, and then to the faintly visible ankles beneath her skirted hem. System, what do you mean by this? If you want me to properly take the assessment, then let me assess. Why must you pop up a panel for me? That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.